opened up on Going At It. Briartown can only watch. Cross the Causeway, run away, and it's Cross the Causeway, making his daddy cross traffic proud on Father's Day. It's 174 in race 7. And they're racing. 5, 6, and 7, lickety split out of the gate, and Morg's World shows speed, but Honeybella cuts the corner with the lead, and Desert Glow is in perfect harmony with that one, and 5 and 6 are going quickly. Morg's World tracks right behind them, then it's Rollin' Blackout about 3 lengths from the front. Countess of Cairo is next, and Willow My Girl is creeping through on the inside as they race in 3 packs of 2 up the barn side. Up top, Honeybella Sweet. Honeybella with the hot jock and 5-1, leaded by a half. Desert Glow in second by a length and a half. Rollin' Blackout in third by a half. Big O right in front of me by a length and a half. Countess of Cairo is wide, and Willow My Girl sequestered as they head off the far turn, and up goes Desert Glow at 3.5 to 1. Desert Glow takes the lead from Honeybella. Morg's World shoved on hard but closing in. Rollin' Blackout and Kelsey absolutely nowhere to go as they head for home, and Kelsey has horse. Morg's World between them. Desert Glow on the inside. Honeybella, Kelsey, and Rollin' Blackout still can't get through. Desert Glow along with Honeybella. Desert Glow, the glow of the winner's circle, illuminates.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf It is time for the Northern Stars Turf Festival card at Canterbury. 9 races on the program. If you'll open them up, we'll go through the changes on the card tonight. Early on, the race card is clean through races 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do note that the all-turf pick 5 with an industry low 10% takeout starts in race 2. The all-turf pick 5 starts in race 2, and here on track it has a separate button on the betting machines. The changes start in race 5. In the 5th race, scratch number 7, Where's Frankie? And a jockey change on number 4, make the jockey Frank Reyes. Reyes on the 4, 7 is a scratch in the 5th. In race 6, 3 scratches. The 4, Lady Hideaway. The 7, taken to the cleaners. And the 10, Mouthy. 4, 7, and 10 out of race 6. Race 7 is clean. No changes in the 7th. Our final changes happen in race number 8. In the 8th race, the $100,000 Canterbury Derby. Scratch the 4, We Storm. 4 is a scratch in race 8. Jockey change on number 3, Golden Bandit. Make the jockey Adam Beschizza. With the scratch, there is no superfecta in the 8th. We take out the 4, Beschizza on the 3. No superfecta in race 8. Up next, Miss Angela Herman and Howard Kravitz, National Handicapper, take you through the Northern Stars Turf Festival. Stay tuned.
Are we going to get a countdown? No.
No, but I mean, this kind of just goes straight through a race day. So they'll show the whole race and then come back to the winner's circle and then it'll be done. So.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and turn on your mic. Oh, it's already off. Never mind. You're good.
What's that?
You're good.
Okay.
Welcome, one and all, to Northern Stars Turf Festival Wednesday. I'm Angela Herman, 1/3 of the STEAM team, and I am pleased to be joined by handicapper, teacher, contest player, podcaster extraordinaire, Howard Kravitz. You've joined us all the way from Chicago to come up for this big night. Welcome, and thank you for being with me.
Well, thanks a lot, Angela. Really appreciate it. I want to thank Jeff Madej of Media Relations and everyone here at Canterbury Park for inviting me, and also hello to the HHH racing podcast fans out there. Let's see if we can get some winners tonight.
Absolutely. I know that you've done your homework, and we're going to look through some of the races tonight. But before we get to that, we do want to mention that there is a vast array of betting options tonight in addition to our normal ones, and there's also a contest. Now, this is going to be a $300 total buy-in, $100 entry fee, $200 for your live bankroll, and I'm going to get Howard's perspective on looking at some of these races through a contest lens as opposed to just plain old wagering or out here for the night or the pick fives, other ways that you would bet this card. You can only do certain wagers in a contest, so you have to adjust your thought process just a little bit. But before we get to the races, before we get to the contest and the lineups in both, Howard, I want to hear a little bit more about you, what your interest in racing is, and a little bit more about your podcast too.
Yeah, so we started the HHH Racing Podcast on YouTube about 2.5 years ago. It's grown tremendously. We have almost 300,000 views right now on YouTube, close to 2,500 subscribers, and our Twitter handle has almost 2,000 followers. So it's grown tremendously. I'm very proud. I have two great co-hosts, Pete Visco and Paul Halloran. I also have a show on Wednesday nights as well called Bettin' and Boozin' with three young guys in their 20s that like to bet and booze a little bit as well. So it's not just a handicapping show. We can talk more later about specific times, but we bring on famous people like yourself and a lot of horse racing personalities. And it's not just a handicapping show. So we like to do a lot of teaching. As you mentioned, I'm a teacher, and it's grown tremendously, and I'm very proud of it.
Well, and since there is the contest up here tonight, I know that you're going to be playing in it.
I am.
So I'm not going to make you give away all of your secrets. Obviously, we don't get all of your knowledge, all of your homework. But to qualify you to talk about contest play and everything like that, I mean, what is some of your recent contest experience?
Yeah, well, I've actually only been playing contests for a few years. I've been handicapping and playing the horses for 30 years, but I've had some successes. I just qualified for the NHC recently, and we've had several co-hosts on our show that have done very well in contest play, and we've done shows just about contests in particular, and there's many different contests. Now, tonight's contest is a $20 win and play, so it's not live money in the sense that you can just bet whatever you want, exactas, trifectas, doubles. You have to bet $20 win and place bets, so that does limit you to some extent. However, there's a lot of strategy involved, because do you just take chalk and try to build your bankroll slowly, or do you go for that middling price, or you try to find that one bomb that can take you right to the top of the standings and qualify you for the $2,000 contest here in September? So it's not just handicapping, Angela, as usual. There's a lot of strategy involved as well.
There you go. That's exactly why we had to have a strategic mind on here. A different sort of bleed in to Northern Stars Turf Festival. We are going to look at the races, but we are going to get a little extra to go along with that. If you want to get involved in the contest yourself, you do have time to sign up on ExpressBet, and you might get a little tutorial here to lead you into contest world. If it's your first time trying it, give it a shot tonight. This is a good set of races to do so. Now, the stakes racing starts off in race number 2. That's going to be the Brooksfields Mile, and the Brooksfields Mile will start that all-turf pick 5. That's a 50-cent, 10% takeout pick 5 that encompasses races 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. But it starts with the Brooksfields, again, race number 2 tonight, and we have a 6-horse field in the second. How do you approach this to start things off as far as contest play?
Sure. Well, in terms of contest play, there are a few races that have small fields, and some of the fields have larger sizes. To me, there are 2 of the 5 races in the all-turf pick 5 that, of course, are part of the contest that, to me, I would not go very deep and I think are chalky. And I think this first race we're referring to, the Brooksfields, either the 1 or the 5. I'm not getting too cute in this race. In terms of the contest, I would recommend either take the 1 or the 5 and just build your bankroll a little bit, or maybe skip the race from a contest perspective. Of course, we want everyone to be betting Canterbury Park every race, but from a contest perspective, this might be a skip, but I think this is pretty basic, 1, 5, 5, 1.
Okay, there you go. And I didn't see much in the way outside of 1, 5, just like you said. Stagecoach Boys is an interesting one on the outside. Might be a popular sort of contest play, but like he said, in a smaller group like this, sometimes it can be very hard to get an edge on your competition. Now, if we go forward, this is the pick 5. That's that sequence with the 10% takeout. My ticket is going to be up here on the screen behind me. There it is. That is, again, a 50-cent minimum, 10% takeout wager. Starts in the second. I have a $36 ticket, and it pretty closely mirrors the pick 3 that starts with 4, 6, and 8. But in looking at the 2 legs of it that aren't in there, I went very deep in the Dark Star Turf Sprint. We'll talk about a lot of this later. A lot of options for you in there, and a very popular single in race number 8. Now, Howard and I are going to talk about that coming up in just a moment. But for now, we'll skip ahead to the Curtis Sampson Oaks. That's race number 4. A few more to work with here, and I know you have a particular interest in a long shot who shall not be named. But is this a sort of race where you would really try to take a stab, given just the size of the field and some of the fillies who haven't raced against each other before?
This is the best race of the night, in my opinion. Not only is it a large field, but the number 4, Flashy Gem, I am against. I'm not sure that this filly likes to pass horses. There's other speed in the race. And so when I see a vulnerable favorite, Angela, that is go time for me in the contest. So there is a play that I like that we'll talk about at the end of the sequence here. But I think there's enough speed to set up for a closer. I know the turf can be speed favoring at times, but this is the race where I think you can really make some money.
Yeah, and I mean, just you look at them up here, even the morning line, aside from Flashy Gem, take it out of the mix, and not many of these fillies would be at these prices in any other spot. So I'm with you. I think that this is a place where you could probably do a little shopping for a price. This is also the start of that dollar pick 3. That dollar all-turf pick 3 encompasses races 4, 6, and 8. There's my ticket behind me, like I said, just cutting it down a bit for these 3 races. A lot of people like one in Vermilion in the last. I get that. We're going to use the Lothenbach ladies in race number 6 and in the aforementioned Curtis Sampson Oaks. Just 7 and 9 for me. I had some interest in Cupid's Crush. Again, I will not give away your filly, but I will say she is not on this ticket as we forage ahead in the Northern Stars Turf Festival night. The Lady Canterbury is race number 6. The 6th, Howard, more fillies and mares on the turf, another big field. Your thoughts?
So the 3 and the 5 are the interlopers, so to speak, the horse that are coming in from out of town. She Can't Sing 9 to 5, and then Regal Realm 3 to 1. They are both very strong possibilities. I like the fact that one is a closer and one has speed. So if you're playing a pick 5 or any kind of horizontal, it's always nice to have 2 different horses that have different race flow and different styles, because we don't know how the race is going to shape out.
Yeah.
I think it's probably one of those 2, but there's very nice local horses in here, including the number 2, Midnight Current, who was the Canterbury Horse of the Year last year in 2022. I think she has a big shot in this race, so I don't think it's as obvious as the 3 and the 5.
Okay. I actually really favored those 2, but I can see your point. I did use the other Lothenbach Let's Skedaddle. Now let's quickly go through these last 2. These are going to be the final 2 legs of the pick 5, the all-turf pick 5 that starts off in the second. One of the more wide-open races I thought of the night was the Dark Star Sprint, but did you hone in on one of the more well-fancied runners, or did you spread like I did in that pick 5?
I'm not a huge fan of turf sprints. It's not my specialty, because I think if you make one little mistake, you're in trouble going 5 furlongs. There's a ton of early speed in this race. I think you have to spread. And people might say, well, it's only a 7-horse field. You can't spread. I don't think there's a lot of horses here that you can trust, and especially the rail horse, who's 2 to 1, who I think you and I are both against as the favorite.
Like everybody is, like Kevin said.
Well, you know what's going to happen. He's just going to, win by 4 now that we're against him.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I think you have to spread. It's a tough race.
Okay, and to close things out, the Canterbury Derby, we do have a crucial scratch out of the Canterbury Derby. That is the conclusion of that pick 5. It's the conclusion of the all-turf pick 3. It is our second to last race of the day, and this is the group behind us. We Storm scratched out of here. You already had a very heavy morning line favorite in one in Vermilion, who is trying the turf for the first time, but has so much to like about him. Do you just surrender with one in Vermilion, or do you try to beat him knowing that you're going to get a good price on just about anybody else?
Well, the interesting about the contest, because we're focusing on the contest, is this is free money if you believe on one in Vermilion, right? It's going to be 2 to 5, 3 to 5. So someone who maybe is in the lead in the contest might just want to do 20 win place on the 1 just to make sure they maintain where they're at. Or you could take a longer price horse and block other people that are behind you. So there's a lot of really interesting contest strategy. He's going to be very tough to beat on the front end. And he's worked here on the turf and did it well. So I think he's going to be tough to beat.
Well, I agree with a lot of points that Howard's making, a lot. But if you don't, you think you can beat him in the contest, you got time to get into it. Howard, I want to thank you so much for your time and for putting your skills on display here. Thank you so much, and best of luck tonight. I know that you'll make us proud after sharing a little bit of your knowledge, but not everything up here at Canterbury.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate it. We'll see before race 3. You and I will be on as well.
Exactly. He's going to be out there tonight. If you want to meet him, if you want to pick his brain for some of the races tonight, there's a lot of knowledge up there. We just got a small taste before we start things off on Northern Stars Turf Festival. Kevin Gorg is waiting in the wings. He's going to take you through race 1. Let's kick this night off right, Kev.
Thank you, Angela. It's great to have Howard here. Such a nice man. Such a great promoter of the game we love so much. And the game starts in race 1, folks. Post-time pick 4. Industry low 10% takeout. And even though it's just 5 horses and even though there's a 2-5 favorite, I thought there was enough balance in this race where you maybe needed to go 2 or 3 deep just to make sure you get through that first leg. And we'll start with one of the horses that I kind of fancy in this race. I've got Gray Magician third with Carlo Lopez, but there is a scenario where I see this horse loose on the lead. Now, last time out, Reckoning Day did come get him. He finished second back on June the 3rd. It's a key race. You can go back and watch at our website. But this horse was basically in a duel the entire way. If he gets loose tonight, 6.5 furlongs is the question. Can he last that extra half furlong? Speed horses tend to get a little tired at this 6.5 furlong distance here. But I think Gray Magician absolutely positively is a value right now at near 5-1. Next in line is number 2, Single Me Out. 4 for 40 lifetime is the pesky part of the equation. But if you go by the Buyer speed figures, this horse does fit. Last time out, crushed against, I would say, slightly softer, but he did win off nicely. He did so on the front end. Probably not as quick early as Gray Magician, but quick enough to keep him honest. And Single Me Out, 9-2 morning line set by a very good morning line professional here, up on the board at a very juicy price, 11-1. The value in the race for me is the 3. Angela and I both have this horse second. I think if you like the favorite, in my eyes, this is the danger. This is Hi-Ho Cheerio. Barrios Lopez has made a really nice impression as the bug boy here in the opening month of racing at Canterbury. The horse loves this racetrack. 4 of his 8 career wins are here at Canterbury, and he's got versatility. He can come from just off the pace. If they get real hot and cooking on the front end, he can also sit off the pace and come charging down the stretch at that extra long distance of 6.5 furlongs. I think Hi-Ho Cheerio very well meant here in the first race. And again, double that morning line on the board right now at 8-1. Number 4 is Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard is a Canterbury classic, right? This is a horse that we've seen here the last couple of summers dominate at our meeting. And 13 starts on our main track, 11 for 13 in the top 3, which means if you're putting together exactas and trifectas, this is one you have to take a look at. I don't know what happened last time. I touted him last time. The world was on him. He went off at 6-5, and he didn't fire. But maybe the forgiveness angle, second time back over one of his very favorite racing surfaces, will wake him up. Kierkegaard, always one to respect here locally at Canterbury, and on the board at 4-1. Let's talk about Reckoning Day. What do we do? The jockey, Harry Hernandez, we all know it. He dominated last year's meet. He got off to a terrible start in the opening couple weeks of racing, but he's caught fire here in the last couple of weeks, and I love this post. The outside post will give him trip options. Chip Woolley, his conditioner, is off to another great start at the meeting. He's a Kentucky Derby winning trainer. The horse last time out won like a good thing, but got a perfect setup. He was a little dressed up here in the PP, so I like him to win. He's the most likely winner. Is he value at 1-2? I don't think he is. So win bet, no chance. My backup ticket, I will single him. On my main pick 4, I'm going to use the 1, the 3, and the 5, but he is absolutely the horse to beat. He's in a good spot, and Harry Hernandez is such a talented jockey that I think he'll work out a good trip. And the last thing I want to say is he looks awesome leaving the paddock. Good, healthy-looking coat. It is warm here in the Twin Cities, up over 90 degrees. So tonight, the paddock really matters. Our horse is going to wash out, run their race before it starts. Not the favorite in the first. He looks great. There you see the grid of selections. And do note, as I mentioned earlier, race 2, second half of the double, starts the all-turf pick 5. 10% takeout, all-turf pick 5. It's a sequence you do not want to miss. So start to get those tickets in now. We're going to have a good crowd here on track. All-turf pick 5 starts in race 2. This is the 10% takeout, post-time pick 4. They're heading down the tunnel. Soon we'll get the bugler. In about 8 minutes, we'll get started here at Canterbury Park. Good luck and enjoy your night.
That is Sir Leonard Dykert, and he brings them onto the track for the first. And ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to said post parade. We have a very special horse leading the post parade today named Dear Faye. This is a Minnesota-bred mare and two-time winner of the Princess Elaine Stakes, held annually at Canterbury Park. Dear Faye will be participating this summer in the Retired Racehorse Project Broodmare Division in Kentucky. Dear Faye was trained by Canterbury Park Hall of Famer Mac Robertson and bred and owned by Bo Vujovic. Dear Faye is currently stabled at Koch Thoroughbreds in Greenfield, Minnesota. Stop by the paddock this evening to meet Dear Faye and learn more about Koch Thoroughbreds aftercare program. And on television monitors now is our first race winner of the Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award. It is number 4 Kierkegaard, trained by Tony Rengstorff and groomed by Omar Morales. Congratulations and thank you Fasig-Tipton for sponsoring the Best Turned Out Award.
Has opened up 8 lengths. Thunder and Honey is flying, so is Fiona Cat. But they have been left in the wake of a key turn of speed, displayed by the impressive Dear Faye, the Princess Elaine Champion.
My name is Bo Vujovic, and I always had a love of horses from the time I was a teenager. Faye went to Kentucky to be broken early in her second year. She was super cute and wonderful. And since it was my second foal, I just thought she was so special. And lo and behold, Mac had her, and she was a decent horse on dirt. But when we decided to put her on turf, she became a turf monster. She loved the turf and was a different horse. For her very first stakes race, the Princess Elaine Stakes race, I believe she was a 4-year-old for that race. And lo and behold, I couldn't be there, but I remember getting 1 million phone calls on my phone, and I knew something was up at that point. And about an hour later, I found out she had won. And I'll never forget Paul Allen's call on that race. It was really wonderful. From the outhouse to the penthouse. Once again, she kicked it in and won in 2016, and it was just such an exciting time. She was at the top of her game then when she was 7, and still at the top of her game, running in allowance races. I just decided I didn't want to risk her getting hurt, and I retired her because my real interest was in foaling and having beautiful babies. Faye had 4 foals, and while she was still fairly youthful, 12-ish, I decided to retire her and hopefully get a beautiful second career, just being able to continue on learning and trying new stuff, because she's incredibly smart and she's a pleaser. I selected Koch Thoroughbreds because I love the fact that there is this wonderful organization that's taking our brilliant racehorses and giving them a second career. And I think it's just so admirable. I don't know how Koch does it. They are amazing, amazing, and I'm so happy that I found this wonderful place for her to be retrained and in her second career.
I'm Christina Walker, president and founder of Cook Thoroughbred Transformations. We were contacted by Bo to take on dear Faye, who was a pretty impressive racehorse at Canterbury and then went on to be a broodmare. She has now since retired and has started her second career with us. We are training her in hunter jumpers, and she is very successful so far. We here at Cook Thoroughbred Transformations would really like to thank Miss Bo for the donation of Faye and giving us the opportunity to take her on to her second career and entrusting us with that task. We need all of our owners.
And the horses are arriving at the starting gate, and it is now post time for the first of 9 on a stakes-laden Wednesday. Very sunny here in Shakopee, Minnesota. The first is a 6.5 furlong event beginning the post time pick 4, something we do every single racing day at Canterbury. It has a 10% takeout, which is lowest in the country for pick 4s. Best of luck with that. Welcome to everybody here in Shakopee. Welcome to those of you taking in the signal nationwide at teleracing sites or racetracks. And FS2, we welcome you to the equation. And they're racing. Excellent beginning for all. In fact, nobody really keen to get on with it yet. Reckoning Days trying to win 4 in a row, puts the head in front. Inside, Single Me Out, looking to win 3 in a row. And speaking of the 3, Hi Ho Cheerio splits those 2 and is 1 length, maybe a half from the lead. Outside of that, Kierkegaard closer to the action this day, about 2.5 lengths from the lead. And Gray Magician comes sneaking through to the inside of Hi Ho Cheerio to grab second. The complexion changes dramatically, if only for 5. Now they're separated by 7, and they have 3 to go chasing the 5. Reckoning Day trying to make them pay again. Reckoning Day and our leading rider, Harry Hernandez, gliding along by 3. Gray Magician needs to pull a trick out of a hat, 5 lengths from the lead. After that, Kierkegaard. Then it's Hi Ho, Cheerio, and Single Me Out. They're into the final 250, and Hernandez shakes up Reckoning Day, looking to win 4 in a row. Gray Magician still plugging away and executing the toil nicely, but ran into a buzzsaw in the shape of Reckoning Day, and Reckoning Day and Harry have won the first. It's 5-1-4 in the Little Lifter. Number 5, Reckoning Day first. 5-1 and a photo. 115.42 on the fast main track, and that's lickety split. Wednesdays at Canterbury are provided by Michelob Ultra. We have $5 beer specials presented by Michelob Ultra this evening. We also thank Appalados, Ashley Home Store, Continental Diamond, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, and Pepsi. The numbers, 5142. Our featured groups this Turf Festival Wednesday include Form a Feed, Night at the Races, Surfacing Solution, Flex Mortgage, Lighthouse Management, Sarah Fields Nesson, Stone Arch Logistics, Strataseas, the Canopy Group, Advantage Software, and NPI Day at the Races. Canterbury's first is official. On to the second, and it begins a string of stakes races. This is the Brooksfields Mile. They go a mile for 75 large. No scratches, no rider changes. The turf course is listed as firm, the rails all the way in. This begins the 10% takeout, 50-cent all-turf pick 5. Now that's a pick 5 on races 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8 for the 50-cent pick 5. And there could be gold in them bar hills. Race number 2 is about 23 minutes from now, thanks to Appalados, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. Reckoning Days, light is shining brightly. Likewise for Canterbury Park's leading rider, Harry Hernandez. They're in the winner's circle for Benny Woolley Jr. and Steve Herwig. They own the streaking Reckoning Day. Benny Woolley Jr. trains the first race winner.
Each week, the Minnesota Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Agency, the organization that represents trainers, grooms, and owners, honors a groom in the Groom of the Week presentation. This week's Groom of the Week is Candy Garcia. He is in the winner's circle right now. He's working his 14th year with trainer Nancy Sheehan. Nancy says he runs the barn and is all about the horses. They come first to him, so much so that he never misses a day of work. Some of the horses he tends to are Rollin' Blackout, Mizana, and Delusional Dream. In the little spare time that he has, he shows his equally special side of his personality with his grandchildren, his 2 beautiful grandchildren who are the light of his life. Congratulations to Candy Garcia, the Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week.
And they're racing. Excellent beginning for all. In fact, nobody really keen to get on with it yet. Reckoning Days trying to win 4 in a row, puts the head in front. Inside, Single Me Out, looking to win 3 in a row. And speaking of the 3, Hi Ho Cheerio splits those 2 and is 1 length, maybe a half from the lead. Outside of that, Kierkegaard closer to the action this day, about 2.5 lengths from the lead. And Gray Magician comes sneaking through to the inside of Hi Ho Cheerio to grab second. The complexion changes dramatically, if only for 5. Now they're separated by 7, and they have 3 to go chasing the 5. Reckoning Day trying to make them pay again. Reckoning Day and our leading rider, Harry Hernandez, gliding along by 3. Gray Magician needs to pull a trick out of a hat, 5 lengths from the lead. After that, Kierkegaard. Then it's Hi Ho Cheerio and Single Me Out. They're into the final 250, and Hernandez shakes up Reckoning Day, looking to win 4 in a row. Gray Magician still plugging away and executing the toil nicely, but ran into a buzzsaw in the shape of Reckoning Day. And Reckoning Day and Harry have won the first. It's 5-1-4 in the Little Lifter. Hey, welcome to the Dark Star Press Box, and I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. Speaking of Dark Star, George Hutton Chapel, that was Radio Immortality up here in the Twin Cities area. So God rest the soul of Dark Star. We have the Dark Star Sprint coming up a little later. And let the turf racing begin here with Race 2 on the Northern Stars Turf Festival. Welcome back, Jared Loveberry, former leading rider at Canterbury Park. Also, welcome back Florent Giroux, who won this race 2 years ago aboard Aeronymous. This begins our all-turf pick 5 with a nation low 10% takeout. So let's handicap it with 2 of the best in the country. 2/3 of the Steam team are in the beautiful Canterbury Park paddock, ready to analyze the Brooks Fields Mile. And here are Angela and KG.
Yeah, thank you very much, PA. Looking forward to these stakes races. Angela, 6 stakes races in total, 5 of them on the lawn, and we start in race 2 with the Brooks Fields, which starts the all-turf pick 5. Your thoughts?
Right, and what a way to weave together some nice races. 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8 are the races that compose that 50-cent, 10% takeout all-turf pick 5. That second is coming up very quickly here, and the field sizes will get a touch bigger as they go, but the races don't get any easier. I mean, we have 6 to start with here, but a complex group of 6. You can see this race going a couple of different ways as far as the pace goes, but some very classy horses converge for the first of our 6 stakes races, the Brooks Fields.
Yeah, we've got a Gulfstream Park shipper. It was so much fun this winter to see you at Gulfstream Park, watching horses like Forte prepare for the Triple Crown. And you've got a horse that I think will go favored from the inside here that spent a lot of the winter season in Florida. How good is this horse?
Max KO is a very nice horse. He's a good upper level sort of claimer. He dips his toes every so often into either state bred or listed stakes company, and he doesn't embarrass himself by any means. Max KO has run very, very well in a number of conditions. I mean, either they've had a very slow pace to chase, the horse has been closer to the pace than he'd like to be, but he adapts very well to whatever is thrown his way, even if including a surface switch. They have a Tapeta course down there, and they've run a lot of races on there when it's come off, but it's still a good way to keep a horse on a good schedule, and that's what Max KO has been on this entire winter and spring.
We're going to get to your all-turf pick 5 ticket momentarily. I'm going to show mine once we get the horses on the track for the post-parade. One thing you're going to want to do, whether you're here with us at Canterbury or watching across the nation at places like Fox Sports 1, is keep an eye on the horses in the paddock. It is warm, it is steamy, and there are going to be horses that run their race a little early, if you know what I mean, with the sweat as they walk through the paddock. Angela, let's go through your all-turf pick 5.
Yes, the all-turf pick 5, like we mentioned, does start here in 13 minutes. And I was going to try to beat Max KO on the inside. I know that he's going to be a very tough customer, but there's a pair of horses tonight that drew the rail, and that was the main argument that I had against both of them, so I tried to beat them both in this sequence. You can see I just went too deep to try to do it here. That'd be Forte Ventura and Speedy Drama Chorus to try to take them all the way on the front end, but I used a lot more in race number 7 to try to beat that favorite that was inside drawn. And you can see in between there, I used the Lothenbach ladies in race number 6. A lot of us single in that final race of this sequence with 1 in Vermilion, but we're going to talk about your ticket coming up after this. That one is 36. Did you think that you needed more of a budget to make it through this, perhaps if you liked more than 1 in Vermilion, or do you think that you could get away with maybe chopping a few out of my ticket?
Well, I'm going to be honest. Before we get to my ticket later as they come on the track, I spent $64 on the ticket I'm sharing with the public. I think this is a race where you're going to want to spread a little bit. I used 4 different horses here in the first leg. And then on my backup ticket, I singled my top pick. And I want to talk a little bit about Drama Chorus, because every time we have big days like this, back in the day it was the Claiming Crown, now it is the Northern Stars Turf Festival, I'm always enamored by the horses that have the home track advantage. I think Drama Chorus has the home track advantage. I also think he's got a pace advantage. I don't see a lot of early speed in the race. How does this horse not get loose on a very speed-friendly turf course here so far this first month of the meet?
Well, a lot will depend on what Jareth Loveberry decides to do with Max KO on the inside. I thought he might get caught behind Drama Chorus, and that was sort of what I saw setting up, because Drama Chorus is so fleet out of the gate. If he does manage to scoot over, a lot of the horses that are behind him employ the same sort of running tactic, and they could leave themselves in a clump with not a whole bunch of room to maneuver. That was sort of how I saw it and what led me to Drama Chorus. Of course, I didn't think I would get 2 to 1 on him. I'm expecting maybe a slight drift up on this horse, but I thought that, like you mentioned, mentioned, he stood a lot of different advantages, including where he drew. So that was where I landed in here, and I'm hoping that he can at least get comfortable on the front end and not have to sizzle along. Not that that's mattered for him in recent times.
Yeah, the horse is making a good impression here early on. No one getting too lathered up in this warm paddock. Number 2 is a double handler. I'm intrigued by this horse, Tonka Warrior. Mac Robertson, one of the all-time great trainers here at Canterbury, has a horse that's razor sharp. Back-to-back wins at Oaklawn. And in Hot Springs, Angela, they run for big, big money. So even though a couple back it was an allowance race, that was a $125,000 race. This is a $75,000 stakes race. The horse won at 21-1, validated that with an 8-1 win, and does have decent turf numbers, including a win here at Canterbury. He's not on my ticket, and I'm worried about Tonka Warrior.
I know, I get it. And I was just going to say, there's only about one thing that Oaklawn is missing from the whole equation. That's the turf course. But Tonka Warrior didn't have a whole bunch of speed down there. He showed a bit more speed when he was on the turf and when he was at Canterbury. So this could be another key to the race as far as how much pressure can go on the pace setter and how into the race Tonka Warrior is, so that he can use that late kick and not use it up too much early.
One of the horses I'm intrigued by is the outside horse who Paul Allen's on. That's Stagecoach Boys. You mentioned the one from that post might go. And if the one goes and maybe hooks up with the 5, boy, could Stagecoach Boys get a good trip. Last year, when he was just kind of learning things and figuring out the game, he was young, he was green, and he was way, way back off the pace. In his first start of this year, as a 4-year-old, he was a different horse. He was closer to the pace. Man, did he look good winning that race back on June the 3rd.
Looked very, very good in victory. And, I mean, he's a Minnesota bred that already has a few wins. It's all in less than a year's time. There's only so many spots you can put him. So if he's running as well as he is, and he has matured as much as he appears to have, why not take a shot against this group and find out what we've got? He makes another good impression down here in the paddock. Very well composed.
This is it, folks. We start the all-turf 10% takeout pick 5. It's one of the greatest values in the game. Make sure you start getting your tickets in right now. 6 stakes races on the docket, 5 of them on the beautiful Canterbury turf course listed as firm. This is the $75,000 Brooks Fields Mile. They head down the tunnel. Soon they'll get the bugler. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
The Marshall Tucker Band performs at Canterbury Friday night. Get tickets at canterburypark.com. Heading to a firm turf course for the Brooks Fields Mile. This is the 11th running, and here they are. Number 1 is Max KO. We welcome back to Canterbury former leading rider Jareth Loveberry. Max KO is owned by 1020 Racing, the trainer Mike Maker. Mac Robertson, a Canterbury Hall of Famer, trains number 2 Tonka Warrior for Extreme Racing Stables in the irons, Eduardo Gallardo. Carlo Lopez looks to shine aboard number 3, Sunny Smack. This one is owned by Matt Uska and trained by Valerie Lund. Jonathan Thomas has sent some to Canterbury, including number 4, Fuerte Ventura. This one is owned by Robert LaPenta and Brereton C. Jones. In for the ride, Florent Giroux. Number 5 is a local. He is Pete Matson's Drama Chorus. The trainer, Tim Padilla. The rider, Alonzo Quinones. And Constantino Roman rides number 6, Stagecoach Boys, for Bob Lothenbach and trainer Joe Burnt. And Stagecoach Boys is this race's Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out winner. Trained by Joe Burnt, the groom is Greg Pena, doing wonderful work with the horse on screen now, Stagecoach Boys. Once again, thank you, Fasig-Tipton, for sponsoring the Best Turned Out Award.
All right, race fans, time to take a look at the ticket here for our 10% takeout all-turf pick 5. You can see right now already over $60,000 in that pool. We're expecting things in the 6 figures before the dust settles. As I mentioned in the paddock, I don't think this race is a slam dunk for anybody, and the betting board kind of tells the story. I've got 1, 4, 5, and 6. I could even be talked into including the 2 Tonka Warrior, but I think this race is going to come down to who goes with Drama Chorus and how the pace sets up. I think the 6, another local horse, has a big chance to upset at 5-1. In the second leg of this ticket, I'm going to go 4, 6, 7, and 9. I think Flashy Gem is a deserving favorite in race 4 in a $75,000 stakes race. I think the 9-horse Lure 'em In is very playable at around 4-1. Leg 3, up in race 6, I've got 2 horses. I've got the Speed in the 5 with Regal Realm, and the defending champ, She Can't Sing, from the Lothenbach stables. I think those 2 have the race covered. 1 Speedball, 1 Closer, and I think the 2 best horses on paper without a doubt. The next leg is race 7. It's the turf sprint, and I only went 4 deep. I easily could have gone 5 deep. 3, 4, 5, and 7 for me. My top pick in the race is the 7, Plain Talk. 8-1 morning line. I believe the speed of the race. And it's all going to come down to the $100,000 Canterbury Derby, and I love One in Vermilion. He's never been on the turf, but he is a monster, and he is so fast. I think he can control that race with a small field on the front end. There's my ticket. It's a $64 ticket tonight. Hundreds, easily maybe thousands of dollars with the 10% takeout. And now the horses are on the track and warming up. You've got 3 minutes to get those bets in.
Two minutes to post time. Let's head down to the Canterbury Park Winner's Circle and do some handicapping with 2/3 of the Steam team, KG and Angela Herman.
Well, we got to start the conversation about this race, that being the Brooksfields Mile coming up in just a minute. But now that we've seen them on track, and admittedly, Kevin, you got a better look at them on track, did your opinion change at all here in the second, or did it strengthen with your top choice?
I'm worried. I think the 2-horse is a horse I probably should have put on my ticket. It's Mac Robertson. I always worry on big days about our best trainers. I also am very excited to see what the outside horse does. I bumped into Joel Burnt leaving the paddock. He feels good about the card tonight. He's got a bunch of chances to win. And like I mentioned in the paddock, that's a horse to me that looked like a horse that took a big step in the offseason. 3-year-old to 4-year-old season looks like a different racehorse. But I keep coming back to Pete Matson's horse. I keep coming back to Drama Chorus, because you and I have watched the first month of racing here at Canterbury. The turf has been very speed friendly, as most Minnesotans know here locally. It just hasn't rained a lot. And so if Drama Chorus can settle in and dictate a normal pace, don't go 22 flat, don't go crazy. If he can go normal up front, I think he's gonna be tough to beat.
I think that he is too, and that's why we land a horse that we think that can take them all the way. Certainly not the tactic we're going to employ all day long, but they are at the gate, and we are less than a minute from the Brooksfields.
It's post time for the 11th Brooksfields Mile. And we welcome Sarah Fields-Nesson back to the winner's enclosure. Friends and family members here as we celebrate the memory of one of the most important people in the history of Minnesota racing, the great Brooksfields. We have a 6-pack to begin the all-turf pick 5, and here they are. And they're racing in the Brooksfields Mile. Max KO, the Gulfstream Steam, came out fast looking to deliver a knockout punch, but that lead has been ceded by the speedy local named Drama Chorus. And Alonzo Quinones and Drama Chorus kick away by 1.5, doing it reasonably. Max KO looking to win 2 in a row, lay second. Stagecoach Boys, 5 out of it. And to the outside of Fuerteventura. About 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths after that is we come back to Tonka Warrior, and Tonka Warrior is to the inside and about 6 lengths from the front. Sunny Smack next to that one. They're covered by 7. Up the barn side they go in the Brooksfields Mile on Northern Stars Turf Festival Day at Canterbury Park. Drama Chorus and Max KO. Drama Chorus by 1/2. Max KO in second, 1.5 lengths. Stagecoach Boys to the outside of Fuerteventura. Florent Giroux has saved ground on that 4 and appears to have run 2.5 lengths from the lead. Then it's Sunny Smack, and Tonka Warrior would have to win 3 in a row from 8 out of it. And they're at the top of the stretch, and up goes Max KO. Max KO, Drama Chorus, Stagecoach Boys. Outside of that, Sunny Smack at a fat price, and behind them, Tonka Warrior just got in trouble. They line up with a football field to go. Here comes Tonka Warrior and Stagecoach Boys. Tight photo. Also in there, we had Fuerteventura, who might have gotten the nose down first. Tight photo. Please hold all tickets. Placing judges separating Fuerteventura, Stagecoach Boys, et al. 133.21, the final time in the 11th running of the Brooksfields Mile. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 4, Fuerte Ventura by a nose. 4-6-3-2. 133.21, the final time. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. We have a jockey's objection into the stretch run of race 2, and it does involve the winner, Fuerte Ventura. The rider aboard Stagecoach Boys, Constantino Roman, is claiming interference by Florent Giroux and Fuerte Ventura right around the 16th pole. This is a jockey's objection involving the top 2 finishers in the Brooksfields Mile. Stand by. Now on TV monitors or the big screen in the infield, the 2 in question are right next to each other. The eventual winner, number 4, is to the inside of the runner-up, number 6, Stagecoach Boys. Constantino Roman, riding the 6, has claimed Florent Giroux, and number 4 fouled them within the final 100 yards, costing Stagecoach Boys a victory. The track referees, our stewards, are analyzing exactly what you're seeing now, and we will have an answer shortly. Once again, we welcome to the winner's enclosure Sarah Fields Nesson, the daughter of the late Brooks Fields, the man for whom this race is named. Sarah is joined today by family and friends. Brooks was the top executive in '85 when the racetrack opened as Canterbury Downs, and is credited with the early development and success of racing in Minnesota. We honor the founder of Canterbury each and every year, and we welcome back Sarah Fields Nesson with family and friends to the winner's enclosure. Jockey's objection still in play. Now from the 7/8 pole camera, the eventual winner, the rider has the maroon helmet cover, and the runner-up, Stagecoach Boys, that one has the blue blinkers. The rider aboard the 6 claims while splitting the 1 and 6, Fuerte Ventura fouled Stagecoach Boys, costing him a victory. Stand by. No change to the final order of finish. No change, ladies and gentlemen. In the estimation of our track referees, the stewards, the winner, Fuerte Ventura, did nothing to compromise Stagecoach Boys, a victory in the Brooksfields Mile. So therefore, the evidence was inconsequential, so the stewards will not flip 4 and 6. You can see on TV monitors now, both riders race riding. It'll come down to a couple of noses hitting the wire. In the estimation of the stewards, Fuerte Ventura should not be disqualified. And here comes the Brooksfields Mile champions, Fuerte Ventura and Florent Giroux. The winning owners, Robert LaPenta and Brereton C. Jones, and the winning trainer, Jonathan Thomas. Fuerteventura is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Summerfront. From the Smart Strike mare, Casanova Striker. Bred in Kentucky by one of the owners, Brereton C. Jones. That's 2 in a row for Fuerteventura. And Florent Giroux has won this race 2 of the last 3 years. Race number 2 is official. 10-cent Superfecta, $122 with a 4 to 5 shot on top. Sunny smacked though. Exacta $12.50, trifecta $78.60 for 50 cents. We are on to the third. No scratches, no rider changes. Northern Stars Turf Festival Day at Canterbury Park. We thank Ashley Home Store for 2023 sponsorship. Ashley is located right across the street from Canterbury Park. Busch Light also is a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury Park. Down in the winner's circle with Florent Giroux is KG.
One of the absolute best jockeys in the game today. Fun to see you work your craft out there. You don't see turf races come down to 6 horses ahead apart with 100 yards to go. How was your trip?
It was great, actually. I was bred to, break good, take a nice position, tucked in, save all the ground, split horses right at the 316 pole, and get the money right at the end. So it worked out great.
Not a horse you had ridden before, so how does that relationship go from the paddock to the starting gate to kind of get in tune with what you guys are trying to do together?
Well, very simple. The trainer gave me a very good pointer about the horse, which helped a lot, and review his past few races, see how he likes to run. And they took the blinkers off last time. Actually, he came off the pace and made a nice run. So I thought today there was definitely a little bit of speed, with the 5 always going to lead, and I'm sure he was going to give a nice, honest pace. And when I see the one horse of Maker, tracking him, I love my position from there. I said, let him do the dirty work for me, and try to get them at the end when they get tired.
We know what a great jockey you are. I'm not sure what kind of salesperson you are, but inquiries are part of the game at the highest level. So how do you handle that conversation when there is an objection against your ride?
Well, actually, that was very simple. I don't think there was much contact. I think that was a pretty easy decision for the judges upstairs. We brushed, right before at the end, but looked like he was leaning to me a little bit, and I came out a little bit. So it's very slight and a very slight bump. So it was not even like a bump. That was more like a brush than anything else, And I know the outcome was very close, but I didn't feel like I, take any run away from him, since the jockey was riding, full time ahead, never had to check or anything. So I think it was a very easy decision for the stewards.
Well, congratulations. We're so happy to have you here tonight, Florent.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Florent Giroux, one of the nation's best, gets the party started on the stake side with Fuerteventura by a nostril over Stagecoach Boys.
And they're racing in the Brooks Fields Mile. Max KO, the Gulfstream Steam, came out fast looking to deliver a knockout punch, but that lead has been ceded by the speedy local named Drama Chorus. And Alonzo Quinones and Drama Chorus kick away by 1.5, doing it reasonably. Max KO looking to win 2 in a row, lay second. Stagecoach Boys, 5 out of it. And to the outside of Fuerteventura. About a length and a half, 2 lengths after that is we come back to Tonka Warrior, and Tonka Warrior is to the inside and about 6 lengths from the front. Sunny Smack next to that one. They're covered by 7. Up the barn side they go in the Brooks Fields Mile on Northern Stars Turf Festival Day at Canterbury Park. Drama Chorus and Max KO. Drama Chorus by a half. Max KO in second, a length and a half. Stagecoach Boys to the outside of Fuerteventura. Florent Giroux has saved ground on that 4 and appears to have run 2.5 lengths from the lead. Then it's Sunny Smack, and Tonka Warrior would have to win 3 in a row from 8 out of it. And they're at the top of the stretch, and up goes Max KO. Max KO, Drama Chorus, Stagecoach Boys. Outside of that, Sunny Smack at a fat price, and behind them, Tonka Warrior just got in trouble. They line up with a football field to go. Here comes Tonka Warrior and Stagecoach Boys. Tight photo.
Laurent Giroux gets it done, and if the stakes races are anything like what we just watched in the Brooks Fields tonight, we're in for quite a treat. We had 6 horses across the track with a football field to go, and it came down to a head bob and a nose for Forte Ventura. 4-1 morning line was sitting up there around 7-2 until the final 2 minutes of wagering, and then got pounded down to 4-5. If you played the all-turf pick 5 like all of us in the press box, it's going to look like an ugly start to it, but if you look at the horizontal wagers, I don't think that horse anything close to 4-5 in most of those bets. You even saw Paul Allen talk about that 10-cent super, so that could be a little bit of a fool's gold type of odds number to start that pick 5. It's going to be juicy. We've got some really tough races later on the stakes card. This is one of the undercard races, and this is kind of the nuts and bolts of what it's all about racing at places like Canterbury Park. You got to have fun claiming races to handicap, and we've got a good one here at 5.5 furlongs. Just 5 ladies signed on to duel, and a lot of them come out of the same race, including my top pick in this one, and that's the one Impulsus. I know the horse is 0 for 6 at Canterbury, but has hit the board in half those starts. And if you go back and watch the replay of that most recent race, this horse got shuffled back right out of the gate and really had to pick up the momentum late. I think this horse will be closer to the pace. I trust in jockey Luis Valenzuela. He's so good out of the starting gate, and watching the horse get saddled and now out here in the paddock in the flesh, I love what I'm seeing from Impulsus. Looks the part of a horse ready to run a big one. She's attentive. You can see her ears up north and south. Good looking coat. I'll put the one on top at a fair price right now at 5-2. Gorgeous looking gray is the 2. That is Moonshine Moxie. The bug boy, Barrios Lopez, gets the call for the Silva gang. Moonshine Moxie loves Canterbury. 9 starts over this track, 6 for 9 in the top 3 with 3 wins, and she's versatile. She can chase the pace and she can lay back and make one big run in the stretch. I think there's enough speed in this race to set it up for her. I know she's good enough to win on her day, and she is not a horse you want to overlook, and the bettors are on board. Right now, she's the second choice at 9-5. The 3 horses, Ghost of Genevieve. Adamir Santos gets the call for Gabriel Silva. Only 1 win from 13 starts. That's pesky when you're facing some salty claimers. But the one thing she's got on her side is tactical speed. She can bust out of that gate with a clean trip. If she can get loose on the front and she can settle into stride, she's fast enough to beat this crew. We'll see if she can do it. Right now, she's the longest shot on the board at 8-1. Fans love Harry Hernandez, and why wouldn't they? He has been cashing tickets for size here in the last couple of races. You saw what a great ride he gave the winner of race number 1. He took the lead and took charge, and he'll try to do the same thing with Celtics Wildcat. Double H gets the call for Larry Donlin. Last time out, didn't seem to care for the mud, but boy, on a fast track, I think this horse improves markedly. She is absolutely, positively the horse to beat, and I think real difficult not to use if you're going to play an exacta or a trifecta. Number 5 is right-winged. Lindy Wade gets the call for the Gutierrez gang. Ran a decently good race last time. What she's got going for her is she knows how to win races. 54 career starts, 10 career wins. That is an abnormally high number, so she knows how to get her picture taken. She has the advantage of giving Lindy that outside post so he can work out whatever trip he wants. 5 of them dueling at 5.5 furlongs on one of the undercard races. Who do you like? Pick out your favorite horse. Find your favorite spot. You're enjoying racing right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
And they're coming onto a fast main track for the third. We have no scratches or rider changes. And here in race number 3, number 1, Impulse Us, is the winner of the Faye-Tipton Best Turned Out Award for race number 3. Now, this one is trained by Ryan Kenny, who also owns him, and handled and cared for and groomed by Juan Graciado. So congratulations, Juan, Ryan, and Impulse Us. And thank you, Faye-Tipton, for the Best Turned Out Award for race number 3.
Welcome back outside by the track on Northern Stars Turf Festival night. We got a little break in the stakes action, and I'm welcoming back Howard Kravitz to the production. Now that you've seen a couple of races up here close and personal at Canterbury, do you have anything that you've learned about the track, and what do you think so far? I mean, it's a cool, lively crowd out here. It's a whole different experience in person, isn't it?
Oh, the crowd's always fantastic here at Canterbury, and it's a beautiful night. We got stake races all over the place. In terms of the way the track is playing, sometimes the turf can be speed favoring. That was not the case in the last race. So I think it's playing pretty fair, although it's a little bit early to say right now.
No, that's fair enough. And I guess as you go into the third, we didn't get much of a chance to talk about it. But now that we have, you know, some races under our belt, what's your attack plan with race number 3? If everybody's looking for a last-minute wager, when you look at the board, where do you find any value?
Yeah, it's hard to find value. It's a little bit of a small field, but I do like the number 2. There is some speed in this race, but I think the 2 is going to appreciate this distance, and that's my top choice here.
Okay, well, if you're looking for a last-minute wager, we agree on Moonshine Moxie. You have very little time to get in race 3 wagers yourself. Enjoy it, Canterbury. The night's just starting. Good luck in the third.
there at the gate, and it is now post time for the third at Canterbury Park. Celtics Wildcat 9-5, Moonshine Moxie 9-5. The first two winners, Northern Stars Turf Festival Day and Night, have been favored. The most recent by a nose over a 9-1 shot. Here is Right Winged, 3.5 to 1 going in. And they're racing. Moonshine Moxie stumbled badly right as the gates pop. Moonshine Moxie, the white horse, 5 out of it and chasing Celtics Wildcat. And Celtics Wildcat in wild fashion. Quarter horses clear by 1. Right Winged is next. And now Ghost of Genevieve comes sneaking through to the inside. Ghost of Genevieve, that 3, just off the flank of the pace-setting Celtics Wildcat. Impulses 5 from the front, and Moonshine Moxie last out of the gate, last right now, and shoved on hard. That's not the case for Harry and Celtics Wildcat, gliding along with a quarter of a mile to go. Ghost of Genevieve bugs to the inside. After that is Right Winged, and these 3 are 9 clear from an on-charging Moonshine Moxie, and they head for home. On the outside, Right Winged trying to re-engage with Celtics Wildcat. Ghost of Genevieve still plugs away to the inside, and we have 3 abreast, and here comes Right Winged at 5 to 1. Right Winged, right place, right time, winner circle. Number 5, Right Winged, first. Photography for the rest, 105.16. Hold them all. The third race is official. Exacta 45.80, trifecta 144.70, and that double from race 2 paid 17.60. The fourth race is the Kurt Sampson Oaks for 75 grand. Turf course is firm, and we have no scratches or rider changes. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the big screen in the infield or TV monitors, we congratulate jockey Lindy Wade on his 1,500th career victory. Canterbury Park, a round of applause for Lindy Wade. 1500. The fourth race is courtesy of Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. Also savor the flavor with Taste of Canterbury tacos and tequila. That's our second of 4 themed events this year, food and beverage pairings and cocktail samplings. This is Saturday, July 1st. Taste of Canterbury, tacos and tequila. Get tickets at canterburypark.com/events. Into the winner's enclosure, right-winged, and Canterbury Park salt of the earth. He is jockey Lindy Wade. 1,500 victories in the career of Lindy Wade. 1,500 is right-winged, owned and trained by Juan Quintana Gutierrez. And they're racing. Moonshine Moxie stumbled badly right as the gates pop. Moonshine Moxie, the white horse, 5 out of it and chasing Celtic's Wildcat. And Celtic's Wildcat in wild fashion. Quarter horses clear by 1. Right-winged is next. And now Ghost of Genevieve comes sneaking through to the inside. Ghost of Genevieve, that 3, just off the flank of the pace-setting Celtic's Wildcat. Impulses 5 from the front, and Moonshine Moxie last out of the gate, last right now, and shoved on hard. That's not the case for Harry and Celtic's Wildcat, gliding along with a quarter of a mile to go. Ghost of Genevieve bugs to the inside. After that is right-winged, and these 3 are 9 clear from an on-charging Moonshine Moxie, and they head for home. On the outside, right wing trying to re-engage with Celtic's Wildcat. Ghost of Genevieve still plugs away to the inside, and we have 3 abreast, and here comes right-winged at 5-1. Right-winged, right place, right time, winner circle. Alrighty, welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. Here comes the Curtis Sampson Oaks. This is the third running of the Kurt Sampson Oaks, but 34th overall of the Oaks, which used to be called the Northbound Pride. And we have a hot favorite here, number 4, Flashy Gem. The first race, Turf Festival Day, jockey Florent Giroux won by about that much over a local horse named Stagecoach Boys. Now, if you missed out on the All-Turf Pick 5, you have the All-Turf Pick 3 with a takeout of only 14%. It's on races 4, 6, and 8. The fans are all over a Flashy Gem, trained by Brad Cox, who's number 1 in the country for earnings in 2023. Great to have a Brad Cox horse or horses here today. And let's handicap that All-Turf Pick 3 and race number 4, the Kurt Sampson Oaks. In the paddock is Angela Herman.
Thank you, Paul. We are down here in the paddock for the Curtis Sampson Oaks. We will talk All-Turf Pick 3 coming up a little bit after this race. We do have 9 to get through, though. Full field for this Oaks. Of course, they are 3-year-old fillies. They're going 1 mile in here. And the inside filly, Knock Your Socks Off, is going to lead us off. Chris Block has the inside and outside runners, but Knock Your Socks Off comes off a 5th at Churchill Downs in a $100,000 allowance. Not too bad. Prior to that, she had been mostly against Grade 2 competition from the fall through the spring of this year, but some of it was on dirt and some of it was on turf. Maybe they quite haven't figured out what Knock Your Socks Off is going to be best at yet. She has been working well at Hawthorne leading into this, and this filly has a versatile sort of running style. She did stay close to the pace 2 back, but traditionally has been more of an off-the-pace sort of runner. That worked out earlier in the second. Maybe it'll work here in the 4th with Knock Your Socks Off. That would be good news for Leopardess right next door, too. Leopardess looks to pick up another win for her stable, that being the Jonathan Thomas camp. She comes off her maiden win down in Indiana. That was a very impressive, way off the pace run for her. She came up a couple of lengths in front that day. It really didn't look like she was involved in the race until the far turn, but she just exploded in the stretch and came up with that win. It was only her 4th lifetime start, too, so still some upside with this lightly raced filly. And Leopardess, I don't think is going to be near her morning line, and right now she just ticked 1 more click down to 7-1. Even less experienced next door is recent maiden winner Royal Laughter. Royal Laughter tried to get on the turf that day. Things didn't work out, so she went over to a muddy main track, but she blew their socks off, I guess you could say. She won by 8 in start number 2. She was odds on that day. She was 46-1 when she debuted down Oaklawn Park, but going 2 turns at first asking isn't that easy. Royal Laughter does still have to prove that she can do it on the turf, but she's another one, just like Leopardess. You don't know what necessarily you're working with here, and you do get 16-1 if you want to take a gamble. Flashy Gem next door, not so much. Right now she is 4-5. She is your heavy favorite. She was 10th, but she was 10th in a Grade 2 last time. That was the nice Edgewood Stakes. She was sitting in second most of the time and then just ran out of gas in the stretch. Flashy Gem looked like she would be in a really good spot for most of the way, but didn't carry on. She does get some relief here. She draws inside. She could get a similar trip. The problem is she's 4-5. I mean, she's going to take money throughout things, and I don't expect her to change too much by the time they get to the gate. CC Cruise Control is over double her morning line, and this is a speedy filly who has better races than they look in recent times, both at Churchill and at Keeneland, and this filly can, again, keep herself close to a pace that might be on the tepid side, and CC Cruise Control has plenty of races to draw experience from, including a few as a 3-year-old. Some of these haven't raced too much as 3-year-olds, and she did get a good foundation at 2 as well. Little Miss Moonlight comes from off the pace. She did that to break her maiden last time around. She got well clear and then sort of looked like she got lost. And she stayed a length clear at the end of things, but Little Miss Moonlight closed with such a rush. She thought she'd draw off at the end of that. She too was odds on in breaking her maiden, and you do see a lot of impressive maiden winners coming into this spot. That's the problem. As visually impressive as they were, we see what they bring against winners. Cupid's Crush has faced winners a number of times because she broke her maiden at second asking. She was then 3rd in the Northern Lights debutante, but she has some turf a little bit further back on the dam side of her pedigree. I like this filly a lot today because I thought that she'd be a lot better priced than the outside drawn top pick that I have, Lure 'em In, but right now they're pretty similar on the board at 9 and 7-1. I am surprised at that part of the equation, but Cupid's Crush should be no surprise if she does take to the turf, and she does take this field a good part of the way because she's shown so much class going 1 turn on the main track. She's trying to win 3 in a row. There's just a lot more to like about her than you see about most 9-1 shots, so I would definitely use her in the mix. 25-1 is the price on Don't Get Pickled right next door. Kevin Eckleberry puts her on the track for start 12. Lots of different things that she's done in those 11 starts, too. She's gone on turf, she's sprinted, she's gone 2 turns. Don't Get Pickled usually doesn't show a bunch of speed, though, so she would appreciate something developing up front. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, so that's not great news for her or Lure 'em In right next door. But the good news about Lure 'em In is she's stretching out off shorter races. She's run 5 and 5.5 in her last 2, and those were her first 2 turf starts. Last time she was closing in, not necessarily with a sprinter's kick, but she was moving really well at the end of that 5.5 furlong turf sprint to Churchill. You wouldn't think that adding a little bit of extra real estate would be a problem for this filly, and I thought the outside draw only made things better. Right now she's 7-1. I would take that all day long. You got 8 minutes until this 4th upcoming race. This is the start of the dollar, 14% takeout, all turf, pick 3. 4, 6, and 8 compose that pick 3. Lots of other wagering options to go with it, and 8 minutes to put the puzzle together. I'm going to be upstairs very soon to talk all turf pick 3.
Here comes Sir Leonard Dykert, about set to do that thing. Heading to a firm turf course for the Curtis Sampson Oaks, and here they are. Number 1 is Knock Your Socks Off and Alonzo Quinones for trainer Chris Block and Town and Country Racing. Number 2 is Leopardess and Adam Beskiza. This Brit is owned by Perrick Stable, the trainer Jonathan Thomas. Number 3 is a Local Charge making her turf debut. She is Royal Laughter, owned by Joey Gora's Tailored for Gold Stables and Zayler Racing. Cody Rosine trains, and Daylor Barrios Lopez is in the irons. Number 4 is Flashy Gem and Florent Giroux for Spendthrift Farm and trainer Brad Cox. And this also is the Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner for race number 4, trained by Cox. The Groom, Santano Festividad. We congratulate Brad and Santano and wish Flashy Gem well as the Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner. Number 5, CC Cruise Control and a Jermaine Bridgemahand. The owner is David Menard and the trainer Ken McPeak. Timothy Ham trains number 6, Lil Miss Moonlight. Harry Hernandez has the call for String Music Thoroughbred Investments. Extreme Racing Stables owns number 7, Cupid's Crush. The trainer, Mac Robertson. The rider, Eduardo Gallardo. Glenn Corbett is in town and is riding 8 Don't Get Pickled for stable HMA and trainer Kevin Eccleberry. And Chris Block has number 9, Lure 'em In for Lothenbach Stables. And Lure 'em In is guided by former Canterbury Park leading rider Jareth Loveberry. Those 9 go to the gate for the Kurt Sampson Oaks, and they turf for $75,000.
We got 2 minutes until race number 4. There's a starting point for a turf pick 3 if you so choose. Cupid's Crush and Lure 'em In for me, 2, 3, and 8. They're all Lothenbach silk carriers, and 1 in Vermilion to close it out. Just a $6 ticket in this pick 3. Add and subtract as you wish, but you only have 2 minutes to do it.
All right, Kevin Gorg with you, fans, right at the finish line, starting gate in the background, and this where it all happens. We saw that last turf race come down to the final jump. Horse was winning that race by a nose. This is another race where I think the pace will matter. It's a much more crowded field. We've got 9 on the turf. I just walked the turf course, and if you live here locally, you know that we haven't had a lot of rain. So the grass is plush. It's thick, kind of like that U.S. Open rough we just saw in the golf tournament over the weekend, but it is firm and dry. So we'll see if the speed continues to be the main factor. A couple of horses to watch in here. Clearly the favorite, Flashy Gem, in from Churchill Downs. We saw Florent Giroux give that horse that won the stakes race a couple back the perfect ride, inside, saving ground. This is a very quirky turf course here at Canterbury. Sharp hairpin turns. Jockeys need to find the right spot to save ground. You can't win wide. I like the 9, Lure 'em In, but that post is going to be a challenge for Jarrett Loveberry, PA. He's a former champion rider, and I got to tell you, he gave that horse in the Derby, 2 fills, such a good ride. I'd love a similar trip here. If he can use that natural speed and tuck in just off the pace, maybe unlike 2 fills, this horse can take the lead turning for home and get all that money.
Excellent point as they arrive at the gate for the Kurt Sampson Oaks. And Jarrett Loveberry, our leading rider, Harry Hernandez. Jermaine Bridgemahan rides the 5, one of the better turf riders we've seen at Canterbury in X amount of years. Florent Giroux, his track record speaks for itself. Adam Beskiza has come into town. Daler Barrios Lopez is an apprentice who's done quite well here at Canterbury as they move in for the 3rd Kurt Sampson Oaks, but the 34th running of the Northbound Pride / Kurt Sampson Oaks. Lure 'em In, wearing Bob Lothenbach's colors, goes in. 9 in the line for the Kurt Sampson Oaks. And they're racing in the Kurt Sampson Oaks, named for the longtime chairman of Canterbury Park, Kurt Sampson, may God rest his soul. Cupid's Crush in the turf debut is looking to crush on the early lead, and Cupid's Crush shows terrific speed. The favorite, Flashy Gem, right there on the lead. 8 and 9 drifted out badly around the turn. Don't Get Pickled to the inside of Lure 'em In, and Lure 'em In settles in about 2 lengths from the lead and now 3 wide. Flashy Gem now 2.5 lengths behind Cupid's Crush and to the inside of Little Miss Moonlight. That one is 5th, but a very close 5th, and about 4 lengths clear from CC Cruise Control. After that, the Brit make that Royal Laughter in the turf debut, about 2.5 lengths behind said Brit, Leopardess, and that one is 8 lengths from the lead. Knock Your Socks Off would have to do so. From 10 out of it into the far turn they go in the 75K Kurt Sampson Oaks, and we have 3 astern around the turn, and Cupid's Crush still with run. Cupid's Crush puts a length on the field. Lure 'em In rolls into second. That's the 9. Right behind them, Flashy Gem sequestered, blocked by the leading 2, and pinned in by Leopardess, and they head for home, and still on the lead is Cupid's Crush. Flashy Gem, the rider, has the orange sleeve, but Cupid's Crush is not stopping. In the turf debut, Cupid's Crush looking to win 3 in a row, and looking very, very good. Cupid's Crush in the winner's circle, and at 8-1 as the Kurt Sampson Oaks champion. Number 7, Cupid's Crush, ran first. 7-4-6-1 in 134.35. And those numbers are unofficial. Very, very impressive effort by Cupid's Crush, winning it for trainer Mac Robertson, who first won this race in 2013 with Stupinator. Before that, his father, Hugh, won the Northbound Pride Oaks in 2004 with Ghostly Gate. Cupid's Crush in 134.35. And that final time is a new stakes record for the Kurt Sampson Oaks. Ask Bailey went 134.48 in 2020. And that speedy final time was cracked this evening by Cupid's Crush, and it's official. $18.60 for a $2 win wager. The 10-cent superfecta, 68 and change. The pick 3 from race 2, 308.70. And the post time pick 4 with that nation low 10% takeout. The post time pick 4 ends with an 8-1 outsider and pays 378.15. Race number 5 begins our 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5 on races 5 through 9. Scratch number 7, Where's Frankie? The 5th race is on a fast main track and takes off about 22 minutes from now, thanks to Pepsi. We also welcome Advantage Race. That's our featured group. Pepsi is the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. And we thank season-long partners Archkey Solutions, Atomic Data, Choice Electric, and Culver's. The filly Cupid's Crush has won 3 in a row. Tried 2 turns for the first time in her career and turf, and won the $75,000 Kurt Sampson Oaks clearly. They were on charging, but not fast enough to catch Cupid's Crush. Ladies and gentlemen, this race is named in honor of the late Curtis Sampson, longtime chairman of Canterbury Park Holding Corporation. Kurt died in the summer of 2021 at the age of 87. Curtis is best known for reopening Canterbury Park in 1994 and leading it to the successful publicly held gaming, entertainment, and development company we are today. Canterbury chairman Randy Sampson, one of Kurt's sons, is in the winner's enclosure making the trophy presentation for the winner of a race named after his father, the Curtis Sampson Oaks. We welcome many Sampson family members and friends to the winner's enclosure as we welcome Cupid's Crush and Eduardo Gallardo. Cupid's Crush is owned by Vicky McGowan's Extreme Racing Stables and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Cupid's Crush is a 3-year-old bay filly by Cupid from the Dazzling Falls mare, Dazzling Sweetheart. Bred in Minnesota by Barry Butzo and Mary and Eric Von Sagern. Just 19 minutes before race number 5.
That was impressive.
It was.
Hey, KG, who do you got down there in the winner's circle?
This is extreme racing with those really cool lime and purple silks, Mike and Vicky McGowan. This is one for the home team, and this is a horse we saw on Festival Day last year, a Minnesota bred that we knew had a future, but this was a bold move. What made you guys make the switch to the turf after 2 giant dirt wins at Oaklawn Park?
We didn't. Mac did.
Sometimes you better listen to the boss.
Exactly.
How about watching the race? I was inside the turf course 100 yards away, and I could hear your group screaming. Take us through your experience with your emotions as that race started, and more importantly, finished the right way.
Yeah, I think, she's got great speed. Turf was new. Watched her work out a little bit on Saturday, and we had a really good feeling that if she got out of the gate well, she was going to win this race.
You guys own a lot of horses. You've won a lot of places, but this has always been home. What's it like to come here on a night like tonight, the big stage, we're on national TV, and to see your horse out there, take them all the way?
We love it. All our family and friends are here. It's nothing better.
We're all smitten tonight for Cupid's Crush, but especially these two lovebirds in the winner's circle tonight.
And they're racing in the Kurt Sampson Oaks, named for the longtime chairman of Canterbury Park, Kurt Sampson, may God rest his soul. Cupid's Crush in the turf debut is looking to crush on the early lead, and Cupid's Crush shows terrific speed. The favored Flashy Gem right there on the lead. 8 and 9 drifted out badly around the turn. Don't Get Pickled to the inside of Lorem Inn, and Lorem Inn settles in about 2 lengths from the lead and now 3 wide. Flashy Gem now 2.5 lengths behind Cupid's Crush and to the inside of Little Miss Moonlight. That one is 5th, but a very close 5th, and about 4 lengths clear from CC Cruise Control. After that, the Brit make that Royal Laughter in the turf debut, about 2.5 lengths behind said Brit Leopardess, and that one is 8 lengths from the lead. Knock Your Socks Off would have to do so from 10 out of it. Into the far turn they go in the 75K Kurt Sampson Oaks, and we have 3 astern around the turn, and Cupid's Crush still with run. Cupid's Crush puts a length on the field. Lorem Inn rolls into second. That's the 9. Right behind them, Flashy Gem sequestered, blocked by the leading 2, and pinned in by Leopardess, and they head for home, and still on the lead is Cupid's Crush. Flashy Gem, the rider, has the orange sleeves, but Cupid's Crush is not stopping. In the turf debut, Cupid's Crush looking to win 3 in a row, and looking very, very good. Cupid's Crush in the winner's circle.
Welcome up to the press box as we get set now for another one of the undercard races. Fun to see Eduardo Gallardo take him all the way from Mac Robertson. The home team gets a win after a heartbreaking loss in the very first stakes race with Stagecoach Boys. So fun to see one of the locals get a win, and it's a Minnesota bred to boot. Now we're going to go back onto the main track. 6 furlongs the distance. We're going to scratch the 7, who was a big-time player in this race. Whereas Frankie might have actually gone off favored. So that kind of changes the complexion of the handicapping puzzle. Let's take a look at some of the horses here as they are in the saddling enclosure. We'll start on the inside with number 1, Betty's Bar. Betty's Bar is 0 for 5 at Canterbury and was defeated in her most recent start by Chive Up, who now likely inherits favoritism in this race. She's got a decent running style for that post. You know, the inside post, you need to have some natural early speed, and she does have that. Now, probably not enough speed to make the front early, but she should be right sitting off the pace, scraping paint, as they like to say, saving ground every inch of the way. Carlo Lopez has brought in some nice prices. I anticipate that the inside marker will be a price here. 2 is a major player, in my opinion, Jay Litza, who does a fabulous job handicapping in the Star Tribune. Make sure you find his picks each and every race day. This is his top pick, and I see the angle. Lindy Wade has a win on the card already at a 5-to-1 price. His 1,500th win in the saddle. And Chasing Shadows, to me, this looks like a horse sitting on a decent effort. Was claimed 2 back for $12,500. Is in for $75 right now. She's 5 years old, so you can play that poker game. You can drop the horse in class, which they certainly are. Bruce Reekin's a trainer we trust. Been doing it here for a long time. Lots of wins locally. And, you know, I just think she's a better fit at a shorter distance. Last time out, she was at a mile distance against better horses, and she ran a good third, and she showed speed. So I see Jay's angle here. I think she makes a lot of sense. I've got her second in my analysis, and she's absolutely a horse I would use in this 10% takeout pick 5, which starts right here. You're going to want to play the pick 5. This is the first leg of that wager. Silvera is the 3. 6 for 70 lifetime is pesky. 0 for the last 23 is also pesky for the 9-year-old. But the advantage she has here is she shipped in from Chicago, and she has a trip over the track. That Lindy Wade winner a couple races back at 5-to-1 was second time over the surface, so that's the handicapping angle there. Put Frank Reyes in the saddle on the 4, Sailing in the Sunset for Gabrielle Silva. In the mud last time, boy, did she look good. Her 3rd career win on a wet track. Now we're back on a fast track, and if you go 2 back to opening weekend, she was a close second behind Chive Up. So maybe she can turn the tables here. She has enough early speed to stay right within touch of the field. And I think Sailing in the Sunset, if you look at buyer speed figures, absolutely fits. The question I have is the surface. I just think she's a better horse on a wet track, but there she is right now in the paddock. She looks excellent physically in the warm sunshine here in Shakopee. 5 is my pick. It's not a really enterprising selection. I think you have a lot of handicappers that will land on Chive Up. With the scratch of the 7, it just opened up the front end here. The 7 was going to be the other pace factor. Now I think Chive Up should have the front to herself, and she's sharp right now. She's won 3 of her last 4. In her first race ever at Canterbury last time, she went quick. 21-2, 43-4, and still kept going. Now, these are deeper waters. That was $5,000 claimers. And Tony Rengstorff, now the new conditioner, off that claim, bumps her up in class slightly. So it's a little deeper water here, but boy, she looks good in the paddock, and she is that controlling speed. So I really like Chive Up to take them all the way. The outside horse is the 6, working 9-5. Luis Valenzuela gets the call here. Turf to Dirt is the handicapping angle. When last seen, it was early May in Arizona at Turf Paradise. If you go back to her last couple of dirt starts, she has a couple of wins, albeit against softer competition. A nice workout over the track. And do note this, that the trainer, when he goes from a route race around 2 turns back to a sprint at 1 turn, 4 for his last 16 with an ROI of nearly $4 for a buck. So very, very productive on the cutback for trainer Juan Gutierrez. Fillies and Mares battle at 6 furlongs. This is the start of the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5. What a wagering value. We've seen some huge payoffs. Opening weekend, it paid over $120,000. And with Canterbury Park front and center on national TV tonight, there's going to be a lot of outstate money bet in. Make sure you get your tickets in. You can't win it if you don't get in it. The pick 5 and race 5 start in just 7 minutes.
Here they come for race number 5. It's a main track race, which is fast. And this begins the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5 on the final 5 live races today at Canterbury Park. And here is number 5, Chive Up. This is the race 5 Faye Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner, trained by Tony Rengstorff. The groom is Maria Nova. Number 5, Chive Up, looking beautiful as they prepare for race number 5, and we thank Faye Tipton. They've reached the starting gate, and it is post time. Post time for the 5th race, entering the second half of our Northern Stars Turf Festival day and evening. 3-5 favorite here. Number 5, Jive Up. Sails in the Sunset with Frankie Reyes. Working 9-5 has gone in. And they're racing, and the 6-pack popped as 1 on the wide side. Working 9-5, flashes speed, and so does Chive Up, looking to win 2 in a row. And Chive Up, with all that speed, opens up by 1, make it 2, make it 3, and make it 4 with 4.5 furlongs to go. After that, Betty's Bar, that's the gray, watching this tearaway leader. Chive Up now lead by 7. After that, Chasing Shadows, chasing after the wind at this stage. 10 lengths from the lead to the inside of Sails in the Sunset. And Silvera, the 9-year-old, without a victory the last couple of years, far out of it. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Daylor Betios Lopez giving Chive Up a breather with a 6-length lead. And working 9-5 is working hard to keep up even with Betty's Bar. And now Chive Up is coming back to the pack. And Daylor Betios Lopez gets busy on this 5 into the final furlong. And this one is taking on water. Outside, working 9-5. The gray is Betty's Bar, and here comes Sails in the Sunset. Chasing Shadows just got shut off badly, full of run. And Sails in the Sunset prevails. Number 4, Sails in the Sunset, ran first. Photo for the rest. We had a claim in race number 5, a claim claimed for $7,500. Number 5, Chive Up. Number 5, Chive Up, claimed by trainer Jerry Livingston for Leandro Morphine. Livingston and Morphine win a 2-way shake for number 5, Chive Up. Sails in the Sunset first. Now, the rest of the numbers. 2-6-1 under that 4. 4-2-6-1. 2 in a row for Sails in the Sunset and the rider, Frank Reyes. This one is owned and trained by Gabriel Silva. Race number 6 is a signature race, as the history of Canterbury Park and Downs goes. It is the Lady Canterbury Stakes. The 31st running is 22 minutes from now. Scratch numbers 4, Lady Hideaway, 7, Taken to the Cleaners, and 10, Moofy. Turf course firm for the Lady C. And they're racing, and the six-pack popped as one on the wide side, working 9 to 5 flashes speed, and so does Chive Up, looking to win 2 in a row, and Chive Up with all that speed opens up by 1, make it 2, make it 3, and make it 4 with 4.5 furlongs to go. After that, Betty's Bar, that's the gray, watching this tearaway leader. Chive Up now lead by 7. After that, Chasing Shadows, chasing after the wind at this stage, 10 lengths from the lead to the inside of Sails in the Sunset, and Silvera, the 9-year-old, without a victory the last couple of years, far out of it. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Daylor Betios Lopez giving Chive Up a breather with a 6-length lead, and working 9 to 5 is working hard to keep up even with Betty's Bar, and now Chive Up is coming back to the pack, and Daylor Betios Lopez gets busy on this 5 into the final furlong, and this one is taking on water. Outside, working 9 to 5. The gray is Betty's Bar, and here comes Sails in the Sunset. Chasing Shadows just got shut off badly, full of run, and Sails in the Sunset prevails. Ladies and gentlemen, racing at Canterbury is courtesy in part of the Minnesota Lottery and also Quick Trip, providers of our July 3rd Quick Trip Fireworks Spectacular. We also thank Dick Sanitation, Gallagher, and Greystone Construction. The Lady C, fewer than 20 minutes from now. Alrighty, welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. It's Paul Allen, and this is my favorite race since I started calling races at Canterbury in 1995. It's the Lady Canterbury Stakes. Speaking of 95, Go-Go Jack, ridden by Canterbury Hall of Famer Scott Stevens for trainer Tim Muckler. I'll never forget that from 1995 through KZ Bay in 1997 with a big upset. And the Lady Canterbury year after year is a very compelling and intriguing race, and this year really is no different, despite having an even money favorite in the shape of Regal Realm. The defending champion is in this race. It is number 3, She Can't Sing, and trainer Joel Byrne, our leading trainer from last year, as a couple, Let's Skedaddle and Midnight Current. The latter was the 2022 Canterbury Park Horse of the Year. She just had a 7-race winning streak snapped. This should be a very, very nice race. Let's analyze it with Angela Herman and KG.
Yeah, we always love the Lady Canterbury, and this is another spectacular edition, Angela. We've got so many great storylines. We both land on the defending champion. I think she beat a deeper field last year, but this is not going to be any kind of a bargain for the 3. She Can't Sing. She's off a layoff, last seen back in March, but boy, we both fell in love with her last year, and we're staying right here this year.
I don't think that she's, okay. All right. Well, I don't think that she's done anything that would discourage you, I guess, based on her performances this year. I think this one's going to work now. But She Can't Sing she was in that race down at the fairgrounds, but she was 4th. It's better than it looked 4th. She was behind a filly that's won 4 out of her 5 U.S. races since coming from South America. Adventuring would be odds on in here. New Year's Eve might even be odds on in this group. And She Can't Sing wasn't far behind any of them. She kind of ran at one pace. I would like to see her closer, so she gives herself less to do late. But She Can't Sing, I thought, still would be able to keep herself in range a little bit better than she did last time.
What do we do with last year's Horse of the Year, number 2, Midnight Current? She's won 7 of her 14 in her career. She's won 6 of her 8 on this turf course. And you and I both went back and watched that last start, which was probably a fitness tightener for this. She did not have a good trip.
No, she did not have the best of trips that day, and they warmed her up pretty aggressively. I thought she would be closer, but like you said, she got checked on the first turn, then she moved outside, then she moved inside. She got a little bit further off the pace than we would normally see Midnight Current. She still closed on very well at the end of that. She was a half length behind Let's Skedaddle. Let's Skedaddle does land in here, but Let's Skedaddle, I thought, had the better of the 2 journeys that day, and if all things are even, my favor goes to Midnight Current, but I am a bit biased. She is one of my favorite horses on the ground.
Yeah, and there you see the inside 2 markers. I think the one might hold the key to the pace of this race. That is Scent of Success. Never, ever sleep on Mac Robertson. He showed us that a couple races ago when Cupid's Crush went all the way. This horse has a similar running style, and I think that's going to be the key for right now, the hot favorite on the board, Angela. The one who's got that double handler, looks on the muscle and looks fantastic down here for Mac Robertson. She's got enough speed to make life very difficult on Florent Giroux and Regal Realm. How do you read the pace of this event?
Well, I thought that, yes, like you said, the rail draw pushes the hand of Scent of Success and Constantino Roman. They have to at least go a little bit. I mean, I don't think that they have to, go out there and get clear by 6, but in order to keep that rail position, he might have to get her to get up and into things early on. And Regal Realm being just to her outside, even Midnight Current being just to her outside, could keep things interesting up front, like you mentioned. Regal Realm is the current favorite at even money. She looks for 3 in a row herself. Those last 2 were pretty close to each other, but in talking to our friend Sarah about that last race at Belmont, the turf was very firm in those times, and horses were rattling right along towards the front end. She was in that sort of spot. It was a very impressive time, but with a little bit more give to the ground, we'll see if Regal Realm can still carry it with the same style all the way.
I think turf races always magnify the responsibility of the jockeys, and I think this race, with the scratches now and the way some of the favorites want to run, I think really puts the onus on the rider and the trip. And I got to tell you, Midnight Current looks the part out here. The 2-horse just prancing along. It's warm, but you wouldn't be able to tell that by looking at her. She's eating it up out here. It looked like she needed that last start. She's going to jump up and run a big one. I think of the local horses, she has the best chance. What do you think of the 5-horse? 5-horse to me right now, just kind of doing that chill thing, not showing a ton of verve or energy, but man, if you look at the past performances, this mount that Florent Giroux has is a nice racehorse. We're talking Belmont, Monmouth, Woodbine, Gulfstream, and then in off a brilliant win in New York in nearly wire-to-wire fashion. This is a very cool horse.
Yeah, and we just touched on her, so we'll go back towards the inside like you mentioned with Midnight Current as she just passes us by very much on tilt, and she would be my look, I guess, in the paddock, but as I mentioned before, like her a lot, and Midnight Current is looking very much herself today, we'll put it that, and she is at a much better price than her filly just behind her that's a stablemate, and she can't sing.
And I'm going to tell you right now, Jeff Madej doesn't get bullish very often, but he talked about a couple hours ago, let's skedaddle, and I'm going to tell you what, the 8-horse looks awesome down here in the walking ring. Beat Midnight Current and Scent of His Success last time. Jermaine Bridgemahan, widely considered in the press box, maybe our best rider on the turf. Never ever sleep on Jeff Madej's Turf Tout at a price. Keep an eye on that one for your exotic wagers. This is going to be an excellent race. The $75,000 Lady Canterbury on the turf course. Someone's going to run into the history books. You can cash with them by getting your bets in now. And don't forget to play the late pick 4. It starts right here in race 6.
Into the post parade for the 2023 Lady Canterbury, and here they are. Number 1 is Scent of Success, ridden by Constantino Roman for Joe Novogratz and trainer Mac Robertson. Number 2 was the 2022 Canterbury Park Horse of the Year. She is Midnight Current. This Minnesotan is ridden by Harry Hernandez and owned by Bob Lothenbach, the trainer Joel Burnt. Number 3 is the defending champion. This mare is She Can't Sing, also started by Lothenbach Stables, the trainer Chris Block, and in the irons, Jareth Loveberry. Number 5 is our Faye-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner for the Lady C. She is Regal Realm and Florent Giroux, owned by Augustine Stables and trained by Jonathan Thomas. The groom for Regal Realm is Fernando Candelas. Thank you, Fernando, and thank you, Faye-Tipton. Number 6 is Medalla Match and Lindy Wade. Medalla Match is owned by Twisted Chaps Racing Stables and trained by Mike Beeler. Number 8, Let's Skedaddle. Let's Skedaddle is ridden by Jermaine Bridgemahan for Bob Lothenbach and trainer Joel Burnt. And the 9 is Founders Day and Luis Valenzuela for trainer Chris Richard and David Burnson LLC, along with Jeff Lambert and Richard Hale Jr. They own Founders Day, the 9 in the 31st running of the Lady Canterbury.
Welcome back down to the winner's circle. We're just past the halfway point of the Northern Stars Turf Festival, and I'm pleased to be joined by Chris Mers. Now, this is your first season here at Canterbury Park. You've been a lot of different places, seen a lot of different facilities, but what sets Canterbury apart for you?
Definitely the crowd. It's nice to come into work on race days and see this wonderful crowd out here. You don't get to see this much anywhere else.
And people look to you for your future vision for Canterbury. So optimally, what would be your biggest goal for Canterbury? What going forward do you hope to achieve here?
Well, first things first, we got to raise purses, I think, but going forward is just getting more and more horses here and building a place for the summer for these horses to come.
Well, so far so good. We're having a great night out here. And what's been, I guess, the biggest surprise as far as Northern Stars Turf Festival? There's a lot of work that goes into it, but so far it's been such a great night. What do you think in your first Northern Stars Turf Festival?
I think everything's going good. The racing office did a great job putting the card together, and the turf's doing a great job. Kevin Cole and his team, and Javier and his team, so it's been great.
Well, thank you for your time. I know you got a lot of things to do around here, but I appreciate it and wish you nothing but success here. We're happy to have you as part of the team.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Kevin, we're getting ever closer to race number 6 with 2 minutes. What do you got?
Yeah, Lady Canterbury Field approaching the gate. You've still got time to get that late pick 4 ticket together, and I'm just watching the wagering here, and Regal Realm, the hot favorite in from Belmont Park, has been hanging around even money most of the wagering. I'll be curious to see if Laurent Giroux can get loose here. There's other speed, mainly to the inside with the 1 Scent of Success and the 6 Medalla Match. How about the odds on the outside horse? Now, I'm not certain that the outside horse Founders Day can win. You don't get Santa Anita shippers into Canterbury that go off at 30-1 or around 30-1, but that's the case with Founders Day. The wide trip could be a problem. The horse likes to sit off the pace, but I just found that interesting. Let's Skedaddle, off that impressive win, now has 10 tries on the Canterbury turf. And this 8 horse has never been worse than third. 5 wins, 4 seconds, and a third-place finish. And what do we do with Midnight Current and She Can't Sing and the matching Lothenbach jackets? I mentioned it's a jockey's race. I think the position into the first turn is going to be everything. I think this race could be won or lost in the opening couple furlongs. Midnight Current has gone to the lead. She sat mid-pack, and she's come from well out of it. We know one thing. The 2-horse Midnight Current adores this turf course, and she likely needed her last start. So I think she might present the best value up on the board, and She Can't Sing has so much class. She won this race last year. She's earned just short of $900,000, and Chris Block, her conditioner, always one of the best trainers, especially with turf horses all over the country. Watch that first opening furlong, see what happens with this 5-horse. She'll try to get loose like she did in New York last time. She's brilliantly fast. She's bred to hold that speed all the way around the track, but I think she has company. I think the 1 and 6 are going to push her. We'll see if any of those local horses, like the 2, last year's Horse of the Year, Midnight Current, can upset the apple cart. They're about a football field away from the gate. And Paul Allen, I know this is your very favorite race. I think back to your race call on KZ Bay with Paul Nolan at a jumbo-size price. This is one of those races that stands out each and every season here at Canterbury.
No doubt, KG, and great work by you and Angela preparing us for the 2023 Lady Canterbury. This race is a milestone race at Canterbury Park. It's part of Canterbury Downs and/or Park Immortality. 2 times it was graded. It was a grade 3 event in 90 and 91, won by Fieldy and Falls a Miss. Greg Perrette and R.D. Bulldog Williams were the winning riders as they reached the gate for the 31st running of the Lady Canterbury. Regal Realm is favored. Some Minnesotans well represented in the Lady Canterbury. We've already had a Minnesotan, Cupid's Crush, win the Kurt Sampson Oaks. So Minnesotans are representing themselves well on Northern Stars Turf Festival day and night. Midnight Current is 4-1. That's her spinning about behind the gate. 3 in here with our leading owner's colors. That would be Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. Midnight Current, next to her, will be She Can't Sing. That's the defending champion. And the one on the far outside is Let's Skedaddle. She beat Midnight Current when they both were coming off layoffs in their most recent starts. The last in, Founders Day. Regal Realm 6-5. Founders Day at 35-1 is the last in line. And stand by for the 2023 Lady Canterbury and they're racing. Scent of Success is a fast Minnesotan, and Scent of Success and Constantino Roman at 14-1, trying to sail wire to wire. Medalla Match also has good speed. That one's to the outside of the defending champ. She Can't Sing. She Can't Sing, and Loveberry just off the heels of Scent of Success. Midnight Current right behind her. Then we come back about a length to Regal Realm. The favorite is in the clear and advancing to the outside of Midnight Current, about 7 from the front, and 1.5 clear from Founders Day. Let's Skedaddle would have to skedaddle to a Lady C victory from 7 out of it, but she is advancing, and Scent of Success is doing it absolutely how she wants. 3.5 furlongs to go. She's clear on the lead and doing it moderately. Scent of Success, Medalla Match right behind them. She Can't Sing. Outside Regal Realm and Florent Giroux circumnavigating into action, and he has not asked that 5 to run. Then we come to Midnight Current. She's shoved on. Her stablemate Let's Skedaddle making a run from 5 out of it, and Founders Day is last, and they're at the top of the stretch of the 31st Lady Canterbury, and here comes Regal Realm, and there goes Regal Realm. Medalla Match had to check. Outside of that, Midnight Current inside the defending champ. She Can't Sing. It is Regal Realm from an on-charging Midnight Current. Regal Realm is the Lady Canterbury champion. Number 5, Regal Realm, wins the Lady Canterbury. 5-2-3-6. The unofficial top 4. 134.35, the final time. And the Lady Canterbury is official. 5-2-3-6. The 7th, the $75,000 Dark Star Turf Sprint. It's the 5th running. No scratches. When we line them up, load them up, let them rip. Race 7 right out here at the park 20 minutes from now. That is 3 in a row for Regal Realm. The filly is undefeated this year and pushes her earnings well past $100,000 for this year and is quickly approaching 200 grand from just 10 starts. A very talented filly has joined us today at Canterbury Park. And now she heads into the winner's enclosure, ridden by Florent Giroux. A couple of victories for Florent on Northern Stars Turf Festival Day. The winning owners, Augustine Stables, and the winning trainer is Jonathan Thomas. Regal Realm is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Animal Kingdom from the Empire Maker mare, Sky Willow. This victorious filly was bred in Kentucky by her owner, George Strawbridge Jr. We thank Chris Mers, our Senior Director of Racing, for making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Lady Canterbury. Thank you very much, Chris. Florent Giroux is in the winner's circle with Angela.
A familiar face down here in the Canterbury Winner's Circle recently. Congratulations, Florent Giroux, winning rider aboard Regal Realm. Usually she's much closer to the pace. Were you surprised where you were early on?
Yes, I did actually. She broke a tad slow, and from there horses get away from me, but just kept my cool and just kept her cover up and make sure she was nice, relaxed, in a nice rhythm. But I was very pleased. She gave me a very nice kick, at the 3-16 pole, and she went by those horses very easily and looked like she had a little more left, in the tank at the end.
Now, before when I've interviewed you, you've been quite familiar with your mounts, but this was the first time that you were aboard her, at least in a race. What did she tell you about her?
Oh, actually, I was talking to the trainer and gave me some good tips about her. And her last race were very good, at Belmont, a little bit shorter. So I thought, she was a little bit the class of the race. And from there, I just tried to keep it very simple, just try to get her, nice and relaxed in a nice rhythm. And hoping, she give me some finish at the end, and she did. I was expecting something like that, and she showed up.
Everything seemed to go according to plan. Congratulations on another winning ride.
Thank you very much.
Florent Giroux back for another win, and this time he gets it in at the Lady Canterbury.
Lady Canterbury and they're racing. Scent of Success is a fast Minnesotan, and Scent of Success and Constantino Roman at 14-1, trying to sail wire to wire. Medalla Match also has good speed. That one's to the outside of the defending champ. She Can't Sing. She Can't Sing, and Loveberry just off the heels of Scent of Success. Midnight Current right behind her. Then we come back about a length to Regal Realm. The favorite is in the clear and advancing to the outside of Midnight Current, about 7 from the front, and 1.5 clear from Founders Day. Let's Skedaddle would have to skedaddle to a Lady C victory from 7 out of it, but she is advancing. Incentive Success is doing it absolutely how she wants. 3.5 furlongs to go. She's clear on the lead and doing it moderately. Scent of Success, Medalla Match right behind them. She Can't Sing. Outside, Regal Realm and Florent Giroux circumnavigating into action, and he has not asked that 5 to run. Then we come to Midnight Current. She's shoved on. Her stablemate, Let's Skedaddle, making a run from 5 out of it, and Founders Day is last, and they're at the top of the stretch of the 31st Lady Canterbury, and here comes Regal Realm, and there goes Regal Realm. Medalla Match had to check outside of that Midnight Current, inside the defending champ She Can't Sing. It is Regal Realm from an on-charging Midnight Current. Regal Realm is the Lady Canterbury champ. All righty, let's load them up, let them rip. Race 7 right out here at the park. That says the great George Hutton Chapel, Dark Star, Radio Immortality in this part of the country for 830 WCCO. Dark died a decade and small change ago. So we have the Dark Star Turf Sprint, named in honor of an ambassador for racing in Minnesota and at Canterbury Park. Well, we're going to sprint 5/8 here on the turf, and we have no scratches. We have no rider changes for the 5th running of the Dark Star Turf Sprint. Florent Giroux rides number 4, High Front. That one is 3-2 and favored. Giroux came to town, meaning business. Likewise for trainer Jonathan Thomas. They each are looking for 3 victories. Northern Stars Turf Festival Day at Canterbury. Can High Front be beat? Angela likes number 5. Kevin likes number 7, Plain Talk. A very speedy sort from the Mac Robertson barn. Let's see what happens here with race number 7. as we head down to 2/3 of the steam team in the Canterbury Park paddock.
It's incredible. It's time for the Dark Star Turf Cup. What do you think?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
We
Race
miss him.
7, your thoughts?
Yeah, we miss him dearly. Dark Man, nod to the gods up there. I know you're watching, and we all love turf sprints, right? We're press box trained. These are some of our very favorite races to watch and wager on. And I get it. Florent Giroux is an elite rider. He's one of the best in the world. He's come in here. He's won a couple for Jonathan Thomas. The horse that's favored that he rides, High Front, comes off a gritty win at Churchill Downs. So this is going to be a tough customer to get by. But when I looked at this race and I put together my turf pick 5 and my late pick 5, I was going 4 and 5 deep because I believe this race has upset potential. How about you?
I used 6 of them. I mean, I just didn't use the inside or the outside markers because, well, as the board is playing out, if you take out the 3-2 favorite, who is taking it, admittedly, some money because of his connections, even despite his great resume, it's a good board of horses that are pretty evenly matched, at least as far as their odds go. But there's some horses coming off layoffs, and there's some horses coming here for the first time that don't consistently show their speed. So really, rather than take one of those on top as a really strong opinion, my strongest opinion and a lot of people's strongest opinion in here is that we didn't like the rail draw for Artemis City Limits. And thinking that these connections would take a lot of action, they usually do, it was worth taking a few shots against him. So that's what I did.
Yeah, Artemis City Limits is a horse I'm against, but I'm very fearful of. I just think Jareth Loveberry fits the horse great, and he's got the back class. I mean, this is a one horse here that's run in a Grade 1 Breeders' Cup turf sprint. He's running a Grade 2 also at Keeneland. He's run behind horses like Caraval and Golden Pal. But like you, I did not like the draw. This is a big horse that doesn't like to be pinned inside. He can win. And if he likely wins, he'll be second choice, and I respect the heck out of his talent. But I went other places, and I think it's fair to take a stand against him. A couple horses I like, Angela. I'll start with one of the locals, and that's the 3. The Alligator Hunter, and this is a horse we know very, very well.
Yes.
We missed the big parade down in March at Tampa. I wish I would have been down in Florida with the Wild. He won at 19-1.
Yeah, you could have bet him here. Yes, he was very bettable that day. And the Alligator Hunter did that close to the front end. I mean, just posting real racehorse time and doing a lot of the hard work along the way. The Alligator Hunter really, really ran one of the best races I've seen him run of his life that day. But the Alligator Hunter is versatile enough, too. He doesn't need that sort of trip. He just really likes being in Minnesota. I mean, that main track, the turf course, it all works well for him.
Let's talk about the 5. E.T. Baird, one of my all-time favorite jockeys from back in my Arlington Park days. He's been sitting around here all night. I bumped into him a couple times outside the jocks room. He's a real pro. He's so good in these turf sprints. What do you think of Mark of Z? What's the trip going to look like?
Mark of the Z is my top pick in here, and Mark of the Z is, like you said, been facing tough company. He was more of a horse that I picked based on the company that he's kept and how well he's made up ground on them. He's another versatile sort, not a one-trick pony, but Mark of the Z drew well enough, I think, in between horses with not that much speed to his outside, where he and E.T. Baird can probably start making their move whenever the opportunity presents itself, as opposed to waiting for a hole if you're stuck on the inside, or as opposed to moving very, very wide if you're a dead closer and you need to go around 4 or 5 horses. He looks like a horse that can make his own trip and do so at a fair price. And right now that price is 7-2.
I'm going to try the 7. I'm going to try Plain Talk. I know it's deep waters. This horse did run second in this race last year, did all the dirty work early, could not hold off a horse named Spycraft. There is other speed, but I just think that Mac Robertson has this horse legged up and ready. I love what I'm seeing in the paddock. We got a double handler. We got Dappling. And yeah, I'm a sucker for a gray, so I'm all in on Plain Talk at 8-1. I think Constantino Roman is going to meet me in the winner's circle for a post-race interview. One of the best betting races of the entire meet. This is an awesome opportunity for you. It's the Dark Star Turf Sprint for $75,000. Classy horses top to bottom. Get your bets in now. They're heading down the tunnel, and soon we're going to get Len Bakert, and someone's going to run into the history books. You're watching Canterbury Park right here on Northern Stars Turf Festival Night.
Lights, camera, and Lynn Dykert. They go together beautifully as the horses come onto the track, then to a firm turf course for the Dark Star Turf Sprint. And here they are. Number 1 is Artemis City Limits, ridden by Jareth Loveberry for Paradise Farms Corporation, David Stoudecker, and Michael Dubb, the trainer, Mike Maker. Esteban Martinez owns and trains Minister of Soul. Harry Hernandez rides. And Alonzo Quinones rides talented Minnesotan, the Alligator Hunter, for owners Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim is the trainer. Trainer Jonathan Thomas and jockey Florent Giroux look to triple today at Canterbury. They have High Front, owned by Augustine Stables. That's number 4. And number 5 is Mark of the Z. This one is owned and trained by Jose Rodriguez. E.T. Baird in for the ride. Number 6 is Ship It Red, owned by Kristen Boyce and Valerie Lund. Ship It Red is trained by Valerie Lund. Number 7 is Plain Talk and Constantino Roman for Joe Novogratz and trainer Mac Robertson. This is also the Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner for the Dark Star Turf Sprint. The groom is Felipe Ordaz, doing wonderful work with the speedy Plain Talk. Thank you, Fasig-Tipton. Number 8, Tactical Attack, ridden by Glenn Corbett. The owner, Edward Fred Sepich Jr., the trainer, Esteban Martinez. Those 8 go to the gate for the 5th running of the Dark Star Turf Sprint 5 minutes from now.
Some of the speediest horses on the ground, on the grass, are coming up in the Dark Star Turf Sprint. And from what you've seen warming up and from what you've seen in previous races, what is your final answer in the Dark Star?
Well, I think right now the turf course, after seeing so much speed win early in the meet, right now, at least tonight, they're winning from all over. We've seen horses close. Midnight Current ran a great second in our most recent race from well off the pace. I still think in a race like this that's so short, position is everything. I know Plain Talk's got the natural speed to be on or near the lead, but I'm very curious to see what Minister of Soul and the Alligator Hunter do. I think Florent Giroux and the favorite tuck right off the speed and look like the horse to beat. And then what do you do with Artemis City Limits, who's got all that back class, has raced in Grade 1 and Grade 2 races? I think Loveberry knows this turf course as well as any jockey in the race. You can bet me that horse is going to be in a great position to pounce turning for home.
Well, and with so many options in here and with the board looking like it is, if you don't like High Front, if you like one of your top choices in here like a Plain Talk, without any of those great horizontal wagers available anymore like the All-Turf Pick 5, how do you design something with a Plain Talk to really maximize the dollar?
I'm going to do the old fruit stand that Dark Star taught us years ago in the press box. Try to get Plain Talk in the top 3 in the trifecta. So what I would do is play Plain Talk in the trifecta for 50 cents over all in second, all in third, then come back with Plain Talk in each slot with the same way. And then to make sure I don't get clipped by the favorite, I'd do a $20 straight exacta with Florent Giroux in that 4 over Plain Talk, who I think has the lead but could be vulnerable in the final maybe 50 yards. So I'm going to key the 7 to try to hit the ticket, and I hope that the 7 can get loose for Mac Robertson.
Well, they are making the turn and heading to the starting gate. That means it's time for Paul Allen to take over things and call the Dark Star Turf Sprint.
All righty, steam teamers, thank you very much. As they're about set to reach the gate for the 5th running of the Dark Star Turf Sprint. The first running in 2018 went the way of Showbound. Francisco Arrieta was riding at Canterbury full-time at that point. Dan McFarland, the winning trainer. Satellite Storm for Grayson Gamblers. Leandro Consalves and Valerie Lunn won it in 2019. Last year, Spycraft and Adam Beskiza for trainer Joe Sharp. Jockey Florent Giroux and trainer Jonathan Thomas in search of their 3rd victory, Northern Stars Turf Festival night. Here is Plain Talk, one of 2 Minnesotans to move into the gate. High Front, the Augustine colors that prevailed once. Now Tactical Attack shares a barn with Minister of Soul. 8 in the gate, load them up, let them rip. Race 7 right out here at the park, and they're racing. And that gray Plain Talk looks to soar away. And Plain Talk ridden aggressively for speed by Constantino Roman. The gray with a killer crossover gets down to the inside, leads at a length and a piece. Next to the rail is Artemis City Limits. Outside of that one is local horse Minister of Soul, overtaken by Minnesotan the Alligator Hunter, who cuts the lead to a half. Then we come back to Mark of the Z, about 5 out of it. After that, High Front beginning to run on fast, angling to the outside of Minister of Soul. Then we come back to Ship It Red, and the one in last is Tactical Attack, and the one in first is Plain Talk, and Plain Talk is clear on the outside. High Front has hit a high gear between runners the Alligator Hunter. Here comes High Front, and Florent Giroux triples on Northern Stars Turf Festival night. Number 4, High Front, ran first. The final time of 54.80, the fastest of the 5 runnings of the Dark Star Turf Sprint, and misses the track record set in 2020 by 0.3 seconds. High Front first, photography for the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park thanks Atomic Data for sponsorship. That's the preferred IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park. And we also thank JTR Roofing, Think Minnesota Realty, and Turtles Bar and Grill. The numbers: 4753. 4753 in the I Can't Have You Blues. And now entering the winner's enclosure, the Dark Star Turf Sprint champions, High Front, and jockey Florent Giroux. That's 3 for Giroux and 3 for trainer Jonathan Thomas. Couple of victories for Augustine Stables, owned by George Strawbridge. Congratulations. High Front is a 4-year-old Dark Bay gelding by Summer Front from the Broken Vow mare, Tide is High, bred in Kentucky by George Strawbridge Jr. We welcome one of our analysts, Kevin Gorg, into the winner's circle. Kevin is making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Dark Star Turf Sprint. Kevin being a longtime friend of radio immortality, the great Dark Star. Thank you, KG. Seventh is Cashable. On to the 8th to close the All-Turf Pick 5 and All-Turf Pick 3. It is the Canterbury Derby with a purse of $100,000. This is the 12th running. In this Canterbury Derby, number 3 Golden Bandit is ridden by Adam Beskiza. Scratch number 4, We Storm. Post time for the Canterbury Derby, 22 minutes from now. Hockey analyst, handicapper, and trophy presenter, Kevin Gorg is in the winner's circle.
The assistant trainer for Jonathan Thomas is Lorena Anderson. Let's just say it's been a good night in Shakopee for Lorena. 3 times in the winner's circle with Florent Giroux by her side. Turf sprints are all about a good start. We did not have a good start tonight for your horse. What were you thinking when you watched that first opening 2 seconds?
Yeah, my heart stopped when I saw the break, but he made up for it when he angled him out and he got to use his stride. He loves the firm turf, and he came flying for sure.
The man that this race is named for is Dark Star. He taught all of us in the press box years ago how to bet the horses. When we watch on a national stage, both Jonathan Thomas and Florent Giroux win everywhere. You guys win at all the big tracks all over the country. What makes Florent Giroux so special in the saddle?
He has very good timing, and he's got a very calm demeanor. Like, he doesn't ever panic in a situation like that. And I think that helped both of our, well, 2 of our winners today.
And for a trainer like Jonathan Thomas, when he trusts you to ship to a track like Canterbury, and you have the horses as sharp as you have tonight, how much does that help you feel good when you get back to the home base saying, maybe you can puff your chest out and say, I know what I'm doing here?
Jonathan Thomas is the one that does all the hard work. I just execute the final stuff, you know. He sends them to me, and they're in great shape. And I'm happy to work for him, and I'm happy to be here.
And we're happy to have you. Congratulations on a trifecta of winners and a huge effort tonight in the Dark Star Turf Sprint.
Load them up, let them rip. Race 7 right out here at the park. And they're racing. And that gray Plain Talk looks to soar away. And Plain Talk ridden aggressively for speed by Constantino Roman. The gray with a killer crossover gets down to the inside, leads at a length and a piece. Next to the rail is Artemis City Limits. Outside of that one is local horse Minister of Soul, overtaken by Minnesotan the Alligator Hunter, who cuts the lead to a half. Then we come back to Mark of the Z, about 5 out of it. After that, High Front beginning to run on fast, angling to the outside of Minister of Soul. Then we come back to Ship It Red, and the one in last is Tactical Attack, and the one in first is Plain Talk, and Plain Talk is clear on the outside. High Front has hit a high gear between runners, the Alligator Hunter. Here comes High Front, and Florent Giroux triples on Northern Stars Turf Festival night. Alrighty, let's close up the Turf Festival part of the Northern Stars Turf Festival with the Canterbury Derby for $100,000. Now, we have a late rider change. It's Giroux on the 2. Florent Giroux looking for 4 victories, picked up number 2 Worthington, and we scratched number 4 We Storm. Also, Adam Beskiza has picked up number 3 Golden Bandit. So, if you are alive in the All-Turf Pick 5 with that 10% takeout, or the All-Turf Pick 3 with the 14% takeout, A, more money coming your way if you hit, and B, hopefully you do hit. A lot of tickets may have had number 1 in Vermilion singled, as this one makes his turf debut in the Canterbury Derby. Let's handicap it from the paddock. Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman.
Thank you, PA. Angela will be here shortly. There's a lot of running around here behind the scenes. She'll be here. We got Florent Giroux picking up the mount on the 2 Worthington. Jareth Loveberry off the 2. Florent Giroux will ride looking for his 4th winner on the card. Adam Beskiza rides the 3 Golden Bandit, and we're going to have a heavy favorite. There's no doubt. And it's interesting because 1 in Vermilion is a very, very talented racehorse, but this horse has never raced on the grass. So that is the handicapping question. Can you take a price like 2-5 or 1-2 on a horse that's never run a turf race? Now, the bloodlines are there. The turf is bred for this task. And boy, he looked good last time, but he had to work for the money. A local horse by the name of Xavier Dave pushed him in the stretch. He was 1-9 that day and barely got the win. The good news is Xavier Dave came back last weekend and validated that effort by running another big race and winning. The turf is the question. Let's take a look at the favorite. 1 in Vermilion will be ridden by our guy, Harry Hernandez. What an opportunity for Harry in a $100,000 stakes race. And with the scratch of the 4, the odds change significantly, no doubt about it. 1 in Vermilion looks good, not really bouncing around out here as we hit dusk in Shakopee, but looks solid nonetheless. He's just got that brilliant early speed, and speed can be quite the weapon on any surface. If he handles the turf, he's long gone. If he struggles on it, this bad boy is wide open. So that's the puzzle you need to solve. And if he doesn't do it, you've got Florent Giroux next door looking for his 4th winner on the card. As good a jockey as we have in North America, this horse has stalking speed, and this horse, Worthington, has knocked heads at Keeneland, Churchill Downs, Gulfstream Park, has traveled well, has won big races, and looks like he's going to get a great trip from maybe just off the pace. So the hot jock, Giroux, and Worthington are 5-2. Another national jockey that's in for this big night of racing at Canterbury is Adam Beskiza. He picks up the ride on Golden Bandit for Barry and Joni Butso. What a story this would be. Trainer Cody Rosine, who we've talked about a bunch here this season, had a horse on the Belmont Stakes undercard in a Grade 2 race, run 2nd at 10-1. And I'll tell you, Golden Bandit looked like he really took to the Canterbury turf last time in a maiden race, just crushed a field by 5 lengths. He went 6 furlongs in 108 3, closed it out 7.5 in 127 and change. That was maidens. These are deeper waters, but this horse has talent. Do not sleep on number 3, Golden Bandit. I think he has a big, big chance to pull off an upset, and right now he's nearly 5-1. 5 is the good-looking son of Run Happy. It's Happy Dancer for Carlo Lopez. 2nd time off the break, decent turf bloodlines, and Happy Dancer last time out was at 5.5 furlongs. I think if you look at who he's bred by, his grandpa, Super Saver, won the 2010 Kentucky Derby. He's crying out for extra ground. He should love this trip. And on the outside, it's Coffee Caliente. The Q, Alonso Quinones, such a good jockey here at Canterbury. The other Cody Rosine horse, who comes off a 2nd-place finish against salty older horses last time, Coffee Caliente. I'm a little surprised by the price. He's 15-1 up on the board. You can sneak him in to some of your exotic wagers if you're looking for a little extra juice. Here it comes, folks. It's $100,000. It's the Canterbury Derby. All these horses, so classy. Someone's going to be champion. Who do you like? Do you like the hot favorite, or can you upset the apple cart? They'll be at the gate inside 10 minutes. Race number 8 coming up. Race number 8 coming at you next.
Lynn Dykers' call to the post brings them onto the track for the $100,000 Canterbury Derby. And here they are. They will head to a firm turf course for race 8. And number 1, making his turf debut, One in Vermilion, ridden by Harry Hernandez for trainer Esteban Martinez. And the owner is Jonathan Coleman. Number 2 is Worthington, now ridden by Florent Giroux. The trainer, Mike Maker. And Worthington is owned by Walter's Edge. Number 3 is Golden Bandit, ridden by Adam Beskiza for Barry and Joni Butzo. The trainer, Cody Rosine. And this is the 8th race Faye-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner. The groom, Ishmael Ortiz, with excellent work. And number 3, Golden Bandit. Thank you, Faye-Tipton. Number 5 is Happy Dancer. Carla Lopez rides this one for Valerie Lund, Athon Stable, B. Naystat, R. Rappaport, and V. and J. Huser. Valerie trains. Coffee Caliente is number 6, owned by Joy Gora's Tailored for Gold Stables, and also James Zaylor. Cody Rosine trains. Alonzo Quinones rides. The 12th running of the Canterbury Derby, about 5 minutes from now.
We've reached the last of the stakes races, at least on the turf. We still have the MTA Stallion auction to close out this big card, but you've seen a lot of these, both in the paddock and on track. Has anything changed out here as far as their appearance goes? Because if we're watching how they're warming up, I know that you have a horse that really stood out to you.
Yeah, I thought the 2 Worthington had the best warm-up. Maybe he just feels that Florent Giroux's on his back and he can't lose, because everything that Giroux gets on seems to find his way right back here to the winner's circle after the race. I was most curious to watch One in Vermilion. Hasn't ever raced on the turf. Got a little warm in the paddock and warmed up decently, Ange, but still to me just looks a little bit warm. I think he's going to be the horse to catch, and he's absolutely the horse to beat. But I think that final furlong, things are going to get interesting. It did last time on the main track. I think it will again here on the turf, but he's just so naturally fast. I think he's going to be tough to beat.
Who do you think can go after him with the scratch of the 4? Not that that made much of a difference in the pace, but if somebody can ruin One in Vermilion's day on the front end, who is it?
It might be the 3 as they load in the gate right now. Paul gets ready to call the race. Keep an eye on the local horse with Barry Butzo's silks. I think he could be a pace factor.
All right, KG. Thank you, Angela and Kevin. And we have one left to go in, Coffee Caliente. And it's the 12th running of the Canterbury Derby. And they're racing for $100,000 in the Canterbury Derby, and they've broken a line. One in Vermilion on the stretch out and turf debut, right to the lead with Harry Hernandez, and One in Vermilion zings into the first turn with an ever widening lead. Golden Bandit attempting to win 2 in a row, watches One in Vermilion run away by 2. After that we have Worthington. Giroux looking for 4 victories, Northern Stars Turf Festival night, and that one is to the inside of Happy Dancer and Coffee Caliente. And now One in Vermilion adroitly slows down on that pace with 4.5 to go. One in Vermilion settles into a professional stride, leading it by 1. Worthington rolls up to the inside of Golden Bandit. Coffee Caliente at a fat price under a tight hold into the far turn, and to the outside of Happy Dancer in his turf debut. And Happy Dancer on the stretch out is going for a run. One in Vermilion attacked by Golden Bandit, and Golden Bandit strolls by One in Vermilion and does so stylishly. At 2 to 1, Golden Bandit looking to steal all the gold in the Canterbury Derby. One in Vermilion can only watch him run away. Worthington is rolling up to second to the outside of One in Vermilion. It is Golden Bandit with a lead of 4. One in Vermilion puts his mind back on running, but it's too late, and Golden Bandit steals the Canterbury Derby. Number 3, Golden Bandit. First, 3, 1, 2, 6 in the 12th running of the Canterbury Derby. 134.41 the final time. And that is the second fastest time in the history of this race, behind Summer Assault and Jareth Ludberry in 2020. We would like to welcome our chairman, Mr. Randall Sampson, to the winner's enclosure. Randall has the trophy presentation to some very familiar faces after the official sign and the winner's circle ceremony for the Canterbury Derby. Welcome to the winner's enclosure, Randall Sampson. The Canterbury Derby is official. Race number 9 is 22 minutes from now. It's the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. No scratches, no rider changes. Into the winner's circle, the Canterbury Derby champions, Golden Bandit and jockey Adam Beskiza. The winning owners, Barry and Joni Butzo of Eden Prairie. And the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. Golden Bandit is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Midnight Loot out of Scent of Gold. Bred in Kentucky by the winning owners, Barry and Joni Butzo. The 8th race is official. We will have a slight delay posting the payoffs for the all-turf pick 3 and 5. Thank you for your patience. Winner's circle, KG.
Got the trainer here, Cody Rosine. And Cody, this was quite a performance tonight. Even though it was a small field, One in Vermilion led the way. Those very talented horses, yet it looked like your horse was out there just toying with him tonight. How'd he do it?
Yeah, he's been training that way. We have a lot of respect for One in Vermilion, and we thought he'd run well. To win it, it's just really the cherry on top, but he's turned into be a nice horse. So.
Yeah, he was racing at Oaklawn Park on the dirt. Something changed last time out. You don't see horses go from a maiden win into a $100,000 stakes race. What did you know you had after that most recent win?
Well, he really showed like he took to this turf course. This turf course is very fast and firm, and he seems to really get a hold of it well. And we took a shot, and it paid off.
And then having those silks from Barry and Joni Butzel, Canterbury legends, they've given back so much of the game here in Shakopee. To have their horse win the biggest race on a night like that for you as a trainer, what does it mean?
Oh, it means everything. Barry and Joni, I've known them since I was a kid, and they're just great for the sport, the best to train for, and I'm really privileged to have them in my barn.
We're privileged to have you training here and have horses like this run the way they did tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
A home team win in the Canterbury Derby for $100,000.
And they're racing for $100,000 in the Canterbury Derby, and they've broken a line. One in Vermilion on the stretch out and turf debut, right to the lead with Harry Hernandez, and one in Vermilion zings into the first turn with an ever widening lead. Golden Bandit attempting to win 2 in a row, watches one in Vermilion run away by 2. After that we have Worthington. Giroux looking for 4 victories. Northern Stars Turf Festival night, and that one is to the inside of Happy Dancer and Coffee Caliente. And now one in Vermilion adroitly slows down on that pace with 4.5 to go. One in Vermilion settles into a professional stride, leading it by 1. Worthington rolls up to the inside of Golden Bandit. Coffee Caliente at a fat price under a tight hold into the far turn, and to the outside of Happy Dancer in his turf debut. And Happy Dancer on the stretch out is going for a run. One in Vermilion attacked by Golden Bandit, and Golden Bandit strolls by one in Vermilion and does so stylishly. At 2 to 1, Golden Bandit looking to steal all the gold in the Canterbury Derby. One in Vermilion can only watch him run away. Worthington is rolling up to second to the outside of one in Vermilion. It is Golden Bandit with a lead of 4. One in Vermilion puts his mind back on running, but it's too late, and Golden Bandit steals the Canterbury Derby. Ladies and gentlemen, on TV monitors, the all-turf pick 3 results. With that 14% takeout, it paid nearly $200. Now the all-turf pick 5 results, that paid nearly $2,000 with that 10% takeout for just a 50-cent investment.
The MTA Stallion Auction is a $50,000 stakes race. It pits 4 boys against 4 girls at 6.5 furlongs. Last year we saw one of the fillies take them all the way to victory. And Angela, this is always a fun race because a lot of these horses are going to be here for a long time. A lot of the shippers we saw win earlier tonight are probably going to be at places like Belmont Park and Churchill Downs and some of those glitzy racetracks. But these horses, a lot of them are going to be right here. We got some Minnesota breds to take a look at. And I think at age 2 and 3, fillies have a legitimate chance on a regular basis to beat the boys.
And Check Cash and Connie was a filly that seemed to come to hand fairly early for them, but only got in 2 starts at 2. And we saw what she's done, developing from 2 to 3, took a big step forward and beat her very classy stablemate in Thunder's Rock and Roll. Now they'll meet back up here again. And I thought that the 6.5 favored her over Thunder's Rock and Roll just because of all the other speed in here. But a lot will depend on Sir Sterling and her going out and doing their thing as they like to do on the front end. And if one shakes loose from the other, then that makes it very much more difficult for the rest of them to run them down.
I'm with you. 6.5 furlongs, boy, the early speed is there. I love the 3, Sir Sterling, but if there is a pace battle, the horse I was intrigued by was the 8, another filly, the gray Artistic Vision. This is a horse that comes in from Will Rogers, and that is not a track that is easy to close on. It's the opposite of Belmont Park. I mean, you've got hairpin turns. It's kind of a bull ring. And this horse won from nowhere last time.
Right. Well, and she's raced a lot with Mama's Having a Hot Flash, the filly on the inside, her stablemate. And, I mean, a couple of times she has got the better of her. Or actually, I guess they've traded jabs. But Artistic Vision still drawn outside, as you said, with that propensity to pass horses. At least is in a good spot at a price. You get 7 to 1 on her. Some of the other horses that have landed in good spots are accordingly taking money. I'm surprised that you're going to get 30 to 1 on Franz. I know that he was 20 lengths behind 1 in Vermilion last time. That didn't get flattered. But the races that he put in here last year would give him a shot at least to stay in the mix. He has some speed and he can be put towards the front, and he got a lot of racing in late in his 2-year-old year at Remington Park. Is he out of the question in his 4th start of the year?
I think he can hit the ticket. I think he can be a part of it. I like the tout at the price because we've watched Vic Hansen do this at a big number. So the horse should get a great trip. I think that horse sits right behind the early speed and could inherit something if they go too quick. What do we do with Thunder's Rock and Roll, who was 1-9 last time, had some trouble right out of the gate, but got beat fair and square by Check Cashing Connie?
Yeah, we were just talking about the 5.5 that they ran last time. I don't know if 6.5 is going to be that much more kind to her, just given the horses drawn to her inside. She could fall into a little bit of a wide trip with those horses to her inside, too. I just thought for the price that she would be at, and she deserves to be 7-5 based on what she's done down in Oaklawn and what she did here last year. I get it, but I just didn't know if this would be the most ideal spot to bet her at that low number as opposed to some of the ones that you're going to see her in the rest of the summer.
We think the pace will be hot. We think the race is going to be fun. The other closer that I took a peek at, my old friend Danny Chersvik and the two Tap That Dial. Cody Rosine, second time over the track. I don't know if the horse can win, but I do think the horse can get a part of it in the Try and Superfecta. It's a $50,000 stakes race. Angela Herman will be down in the winner's circle to take you through the storylines of who wins this race. 4 boys and 4 girls. If you're a girl out there and you want to have girl power, well, it's the 1, the 4, the 6, or the 8. For us boys, it's the 2, 3, 5, and 7, and I'm all in. All my chips on the table. I think Sir Sterling sparkles in the nightcap. Good luck.
All right, Leonard, bring us on home. Lynn Diker, our bugler, Canterbury Park. How about a round of applause? He's fantastic. As are the boys and girls taking part in the 35th running of the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. And there they are. Number 1 is Mama's Having a Hot Flash, owned by Thumbs Up Racing and trained by Miguel Angel Silva. Adamar Santos rides. Daylor Barrios Lopez rides Tap That Dial for Dan Chersvik and trainer Cody Rosine. Number 3 is Sir Sterling for Chad Kuhn and trainer Tony Rengstorff. Lindy Wade in the irons. Eduardo Gallardo rides the filly Check Cashing Connie for Hugh Robertson, John Mentz, and Jeff Larson. Mac Robertson trains. Number 5 is Sam Says. This is the Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner for this race. The groom is Fidel Lopez, working for Team Beeler. Thank you, Fasig-Tipton. Sam Says is owned by B&D Thoroughbreds and trained by Mike Beeler. Zeke Laura has the call. Harry Hernandez rides number 6, Thunder's Rock and Roll, for owner Bob Lindgren and trainer Mac Robertson. Number 7 is Franz and Luis Valenzuela for Dave and Deborah Harsh, the trainer, Picanson. And Miguel Angel Silva bookends this race with fillies. The 8 is Artistic Vision, also owned by Thumbs Up Racing. The rider, Alfredo Barajas. Those 8 go to the gate for the $50,000 MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. They blast 5 minutes from now. Canterbury Park would like to thank Kim Crawford and Think Minnesota Realty. ThinkMinnesota.com for more information on that real estate outfit. And following the 9th and final live race, head to the Canterbury Casino. We deal blackjack, Texas Hold'em, and other games 24/7, 365. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Don't forget, in a couple of days, ladies and gentlemen, the Marshall Tucker Band performs at Canterbury Park. If you would like to join, you can get tickets at canterburypark.com. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. This is the 35th running of this stakes event. We have three fillies taking part. Back in 1987, Canterbury Downs days, the first winner was Flux Capacitor for trainer Clint Goodrich. Canterbury Park opened in 1995. Preball won the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes for Kathy and Dion Cassoon. And the rider that day, Luis Quinones, older brother to one of our riders, Alonzo Quinones, and Louis Q, a five-time champion jockey here at Canterbury. The great Croc Rock won this race in '99, one of the fastest horses ever to run on this dirt track. Royal's Little Diva scored it with Harry last year for Miguel Angel Silva and the Thumbs Up Gang. They have a couple represented this year, the Bookenders. Thunder's Rock and Roll 6-5 and favored as they move in. Sir Sterling bet down to 8-5 in the late stages. Artistic Vision goes in. And they're racing. Check cashing Connie stumbled shortly after the start, recovered okay though. Sam says Sam has speed, and Sam says that a fat number is on the lead. To the outside of Sir Sterling, Thunder's Rock and Roll gives way in third to Mama's Having a Hot Flash, and that filly's 5 lengths from the lead. 2.5 clear from fellow filly Check Cashing Connie. 4 lengths after that to Franz. The long shot is third last, 10 out of it. And to the outside of the filly Artistic Vision. Then the one in last is the maiden Tap That Dial. 13 from front to back, off the far turn they go. On the inside, it is Sir Sterling slugging it out with Sam Says, and they travel in perfect harmony. 7 lengths clear from Thunder's Rock and Roll at 2-1. Behind that, Artistic Vision. Then we come to Check Cashing Connie, who's doing the moonwalk. At the top of the stretch, Sir Sterling into the final furlong with an ever-widening lead. Thunder's Rock and Roll pops out of the crowd into second, but that's the best he'll be able to do, because Sir Sterling and Lindy Wade are the MTA Stallion Auction champions. Number 3, Sir Sterling, indeed. 368 and a 4th place photo. Sam Says 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the trophy to the winning connections of the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes, our Minnesota Thoroughbred Association President, Cam Malum, and Executive Director, Kay King. Northern Stars Turf Festival Day is official. Pick 5 paid $311.75. Now to the winner's circle, Sir Sterling and Lindy Wade. Chad Keene owns Sir Sterling for trainer Tony Rengstorff, and the winner is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Sam Lord's Castle out of Foxy Felicity, bred in Minnesota by the winning owner. Angela Herman is in the winner's enclosure with Lindy Wade.
I am. A big day for Canterbury and a big day for this guy to my right, Lindy Wade, with a couple today, including wins 1500 and 1501. I'm going to ask you about 1501 first. Sir Sterling came out pretty quick, but you guys had to battle for it every step of the way. Take me through it.
First off, I want to thank the connections, because I didn't ride this horse last time and he runs such a big race, but they gave me the opportunity today. Tony gave me the opportunity to get on him in the morning, and I learned that this horse has a lot of ability, and I had to harness that in the morning, but I knew what I was sitting on, tonight, and he gave it to me.
What did you learn about him in the morning that indicated he would be up for this task?
Well, he just did it so easily, We only had a 3 furlong workout, just kind of a leg stretcher, but he did it so within himself that I was like, I know when he's put to the test, he's going to deliver.
Well, it looks like the time that you two have spent together has definitely paid off. A cherry on top to a big day. Congratulations, 1,500 wins. How do you feel?
It was incredible. I mean, the last few months to a year have been kind of a roller coaster, but I'm so grateful to be here and, just thank the good Lord for giving me the opportunity to do what I do.
He deserves it, everybody. Anybody who is left, congratulations to Lindy Wade on this achievement. Go enjoy it, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Lindy Wade and the MTA Stallion Auction winner with, with Sir Sterling.
Attaboy. And they're racing. Check cashing. Connie stumbled shortly after the start. Recovered okay, though. Sam says Sam has speed. And Sam says that a fat Number is on the lead to the outside of Sir Sterling. Thunder's Rock and Roll gives way in third to Mama's Having a Hot Flash, and that filly's 5 lengths from the lead. 2.5 clear from Fellow Filly, Check Cashing Connie. 4 lengths after that to Franz. The long shot is third last, 10 out of it. And to the outside of the filly, Artistic Vision. Then the one in last is the maiden, Tap That Dial. 13 from front to back, off the far turn they go. On the inside it is Sir Sterling slugging it out with Sam Says, and they travel in perfect harmony. 7 lengths clear from Thunder's Rock and Roll at 2-1. Behind that, Artistic Vision. Then we come to Check Cashing Connie, who's doing the moonwalk. At the top of the stretch, Sir Sterling into the final furlong with an ever widening lead. Thunder's Rock and Roll pops out of the crowd into second, but that's the best he'll be able to do because Sir Sterling and Lindy Wade are the MTA Stallion Auction champions.